Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I hope you're having a good weekend. We are here at Tenerife South today, Microsoft Flight Simulator, to take part once again in the annual Midsummer Madness event. So really excited to take part this year. It's a fantastic event hosted by the folks at VATSIM UK with the focus airport of Birmingham Airport. So super busy already, and in fact Tenerife South is looking packed with Osprey as well. I forgot what's a group of Osprey called. I forget. I can't remember now. But it's good to see lots of you all ready to take part today. Badger, welcome Ian. Good to see you as well. Rab, MPS Gaming. Grant, Night Shepherd, welcome. Carlito, good morning. 787 fan, welcome. And MPS Gaming, you forgot. It's not like we planned this for a week. Yeah, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are in the world. Block time of about 4 hours today for a flight here in the PMDG 777-300ER out of Tenerife South, the mighty Birmingham, for the first time in quite a while since flying in there with this bumpy runway. So looking forward to taking part in this event. We've got 1 extra hour of fuel for today's flight, and here we are on stand. Now, interestingly, I've got the latest GSX update, which gives us PMDG 777 passengers in the cabin, which is rather exciting. But currently, during the boarding process, it doesn't seem like it is working for me. So I've spent 20 minutes making sure it's all installed and working correctly and all the rest of it, but it doesn't seem to be actually functional for us at the moment. Not sure why. Probably just a setting I've clicked wrong inside the GSX installer. Ian's saying he's got the same thing though. Interesting. Not really sure then. We've got the latest 777 update from PMDG as well, which was released the other day. Just a couple of tweaks here and there and improvements here and there. And we are, without further ado, we are pressed for time for this departure. We're going to dive straight into all of the pre-flight setup while we've got the punters being loaded on in the back. I'll show you what I mean here as well. You can see we've got the passengers boarding, but physically none taking their seats, which is rather disappointing. I was hoping to see a 777 full of passengers today, but it doesn't seem like we're going to get that, as you can see. Very sad. If you're new to the channel, hit like, hit subscribe, join us in the live chat throughout the journey today. This is the only stream of the weekend, if you like. And then we were looking at maybe streaming on Monday and Wednesday or something thereabouts to work it all out. So, charts. There's our routing for today, bringing us up through Portuguese airspace, a tickle into Spain, over the Bay of Biscay, bit of France, bit of Brest radar, and then heading in over the south west of the UK before working into Birmingham in the sunny Midlands. My original stand's been taken, so I'm now on stand Golf 2. I need to update that on my notepad here actually. And we're going to push start facing west, and then we're going to work down the apron all the way down to the whole point Bravo 0 for a full length departure on runway 07, on to the Comba 1 Whiskey departure, heading outbound 074 degrees initially, climbing up to at or above flight level 120, waypoint Cossi, and then heading north 357 degrees to Luxi, Casas, and then breaking off to the Comba transition at or above flight level 200. Nice and simple. Let's climb to flight level 240 and await further clearance for this departure. So we're going to set flight level 240. We want the runway heading 073. Like so. And we've loaded an extra 1 hour of fuel today because we're expecting lots of holds into Brummie. Ian, good morning mate, welcome. How are you? Greg, good to see you as well. Let's see, let's pop that on auto, rejected takeoff. Well, you can see here we've loaded in all of this already, so we've got the route already input like so. Menu, that's better, let's go here. Index, that's what I want. So yeah, POS page is done. The route page is done, and the initial performance page is set up already as well. We're using the SimBrief performance tool today for our takeoff. Although, I'm going to just set flap 15 for this takeoff. So I'm just going to tweak my settings a little bit there. We're going to go flap 15. I don't want to use the entirety of the runway, you see, which is what it's suggesting we might have to do. And the thrust limitation page, cell temp of 51. It's going to reset those takeoff speeds. I always do that. And it's a thrust setting of takeoff 2, climb profile 2's armed. And I always forget that as well after a few days out of the sim. So, there we go, that's all set. Thrust limitation page, takeoff page. There's our performance page, you can see there. So, gross weight of 241.9 tonnes, zero fuel weight 200 tonnes, just over. And an extra 60 minutes of fuel, giving us a total fuel bill on board today of 41 tonnes almost. Initial cruise of flight level 360. As we burn fuel in the climb, we'll look to step that up to flight level 380, maybe even flight level 400 if the weather today permits, and it means it's more efficient. VNAV page is all kind of complete already as well, and we've got a step 2 380 ready to go there for a short while from now, and the descent forecast page is done for now. We will tweak that later on. Part brake sets, flick to Unicom 1228, transponders on 2000, rudder aileron trim 00, and we need to make sure our V-speeds are now set as well. So, $153. Be interesting flying this into Birmingham Airport during an event. APU start. Overhead panel looks good. Just gonna zoom out a little bit and just have a little look down the panel because it's been a few days. Just want to make sure I've not missed anything.
8 X-ray, stand call 6, pushing back.
Nav lights are on. Gonna pop all the pumps on now anyway. Wing tanks, centre tanks are empty, look, so we're not going to put anything in those. Zato, welcome mate, good to see you. Doc, hello to you as well, saying it's busy already. Looking forward to it. We were going to depart, I think last year from memory we departed during the event, and we were on the ground for about an hour and 15 minutes. Which is all part of the event. It's quite exciting, it's quite enjoyable watching all the traffic, the sequencing of the air traffic controllers, working through all of the various elements of sequencing across their coordination. David, good morning. But today we thought, actually, let's fly in and give them a whole load of traffic to manage. The folks doing the controlling today are all in the same location. Yeah, looking good. Let's just close all this up. Close, close. Entry 2 left, close. And GSX, prepare for pushback and departure. So that's all good. Let's arm all the doors. We'll wait for those cargo doors there to finish closing. The APU is going to be on, and the ground service, the ground connections, that's what we want. With a part brake set, APU is on, it's got the power. We're going to release that ground power unit, and we're going to remove the chocks. So, everything's done. Taser, good morning. Good, thank you very much. 153-073-240, flight director 1 on, first officer's 1 goes on, that's already set. And the hydraulic panel and everything's done, ready to go. Yeah, the folks at VATSIM UK doing the controller session today, the event rather, they are all situated in the same location, which is quite exciting. Mathis, good morning, good afternoon to you, wherever you are. Good to see you, hope you're well. Wow, welcome matey. Tesco's, ruddy Tesco's. I confess, I quite like them delivering my my sort of weekly shop. We had our own delivery for them yesterday evening, actually, after work. Look at that, the mighty beast. Looking forward to this. For what it's worth as well, actually, it's good, might as well mention it. The TFDI Designs MD11 is about to get an update which fixes the issues with virtual airlines. They've spelt facing wrong there on that custom profile. Doesn't trigger me at all. Facing west. 1228, that's all good, that's set. Let's pause the music and fire up the GE90s. Just going to go into this camera, just have a quick spin around. The 2E's ready. Tenerife South Traffic Osprey 165 Heavy, stand Golf 2 777-300, QNH 1016, push start, facing west, Tenerife. Bar brakes off. Pop that beacon light on real quick. I've just got to check New Sky actually. Yeah, we did start the tracker, good. Seatbelt signs, light signs, pumps. EC mode's on norm, auto starts on. Let's go for left first. Fuel control lever to run. Here we go. Got a couple of Osprey retro vintage livery schemes over there. Custom GSX profile looks a bit messy. Right engine starts from the outside. That's a really poor custom pushback, isn't it? Taking me right into some random stands. Bassy. It's a good question to ask. Is any MD a mad dog, or is it just a specific one? It's basically the MD80 and MD88 and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't have any of the FT Sim Plus sound pack stuff, Boeing 787 fan. I genuinely don't think it's necessary, to be totally honest.
Taxiing Holly point 07 by Silver 3 and Tango.
But MD is McDonnell Douglas Dwell, so that's where the MD kind of stuff comes from. But the MD80, that kind of style of aircraft, that was dubbed or nicknamed the Mad Dog. Love this. Just reset that drone camera to our departure positioning to catch that rotation. And park brake sets. Okay, engines 1 and 2 look good. We've got TCAS currently off, that's fine. I forgot to RML now, VNAV. Whoopsie. Done that now. Everything else looks good. Let's get the APU off. Trim 525. Brab, I did just about, yeah. 525, and we're going to go to the flight controls page. We can see there the stab trim set to 525 there. That's all set, that's all good, pitch trim's done. Rudder's on 0, let's set flap 15. One notch too many there. Yeah, lovely. And we've got rudder trim 0. No, I don't use FS Realistic, say Toga. I find it very unrealistic in airliners, to be totally honest. If you fly in general aviation, it's really good, but it's just not necessary in these big jets. Massively over the top, if you ask me. Let's do some control checks. So right aileron, back to neutral, left aileron, back to neutral, all the way back on the elevator. There goes my rubbish Boeing TCA yoke issue that's developing. Gonna go in the bin soon, I think. And that's good. Set. We're gonna go to the checklists page. Just gonna click item override, checklist override. Checklist override. For taxi, anti-ice check, recall.
145, push back and start up from stand.
Check. Flight controls check, ground equipment clear.
Facing west, Tenerife traffic.
Flap set 15. That's all off. Jolly good. Brakes off. Little nudge of power to get us rolling, and back to neutral. Neutral? Idle. Thinking about the control surface checks.
Tenerife traffic, Tom Jet X-ray, lining up 07.
Quick bit of rudder. And a little dab of the brakes as well, just to sort all of that out. Loads of people flying along today, which is quite cool, including the CRJ, which is rather cool. The MD-11 from TFDR Designs is going to get a update fairly soon, and with it means we're going to finally be able to add it to our new Sky client, so we can add it to our virtual airline, which is very exciting. Let's turn here. Tenerife traffic, Osprey 165 heavies, taxiing to hold point 07 via the apron Delta 5 and Tango to hold full length Tenerife. Yeah, Zato's created a lovely vintage livery for the MD-11, and our good friend Paddy, who makes some really cool retro liveries like the BA146, that has also been created as well. So we've got two very nice liveries for the MD-11 passenger and freighter versions, which will be available imminently.
8 X-ray, taking off 07.
So I've taken this as a bit of a junction, just so that folks behind us there can start working through the pushback without me going past all of them and getting in their way. Oh, do I know? It's a thing that I really don't understand. Cabin secure. So we definitely need the expertise of people like Tapsy and Paddy and Zato with the livery paints. There goes the Tomjet off to Birmingham. Beautiful rotation there in the PMDG 777-300. Very nice. That has also got a update for GSX, which gives you passenger cabin stuff. Fortunately, we don't have it. We have it installed today, but if I just go into the cabin once we get the wheels straight, you will see that it's not working, sadly. Yeah, look, no passengers. Even though I've ticked the box and redone the JSON and things, I'll probably just have to have a little reload of the GSX bits for that. That's not very good, is it? Look, it's Simwing's Tenerife South scenery.
Tenerife traffic,
well.
Osprey 11 Mike at The ramp we will be pushing back facing east.
MPS, good. You're just about catching up. Are you flying along today, or are you flying from somewhere else? No, you shouldn't need the cockpit door open. We went through this on the Phoenix A320 thing as well. See, if you're in the cabin view, then it will recognise it and it should load them in, regardless of if the door's open or closed, from what we found the other day. But alas, it's not really working. Got the new UK photogrammetry update as well, which is going to be quite exciting to go and have a look at. Not sure how much we will see, because the weather forecast in the UK today is going to have a bit more cloud building in as we work towards the UK during the flights. You are guessing light speed. Don't worry, I've tried it. What was that ding-dong noise? One I've not heard before. It's a flight time of about 3 and a bit hours, and with that we've got the extra 60 minutes of fuel just in case we have to fly holds near Birmingham Airport for the sequencing of traffic for the event. It's, as Doc said earlier in the live chat, already quite busy there. So very exciting. The event also continues tomorrow, by the way, so if you want to give it a go and you're confident enough on VATSIM to give an event a go that's managed quite formally, there are prizes to be won, including some British AvGeek merchandise as well. So some of the prizes are from myself. There are details in our Discord with a link to the VATSIM UK thread on their forums, which explains what you need to do to make sure you're in with a chance to win some of the prizes, including, for those in the UK, a flight simulator experience with Velocity, which is really cool for a prize. Got to be in it to win it. And all the guys flying along today and the Osprey folks flying along tomorrow are going to be in with a chance, providing they've got a VATSIM UK forum account, because that's how they'll be notified of whether they've won or not. Yeah, today's the first day of 2 days of the event, and they're all in a big conference centre together, basically all connected to the VATSIM network, so they can all coordinate next to each other in person, which is really cool. Alright, so we've already got the cabin secure, we've done our pre-takeoff checks, we just want to make sure we've got traffic mode on.
Taxi to holding point, Tango.
TCAS TARA, that's all set, that's all done. Morgan, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing, mate.
Tenerife traffic.
And we'll use that full length for departure today. 23 Vino, that's done, that's set. Taxi lights off.
Delta 5 and outer. Then Bravo.
Strobes, runway turn off, and landing lights all on. Final check of the overhead panel, that all looks good. The emergency exit lights are armed and guarded. Gently on the brakes then. Tenerife South traffic, Osprey 165 heavy is lining up 07 full length. Don't want to cut the corner too much, so intentionally letting that nose wheel come over the line, so I don't cut the corner with those main wheels. Look at the size of that. I can't wait for the freighter version and things to come out from PMDG as well. It's going to be so exciting. We've got some remarkably good aircraft now in this simulator. It's actually quite difficult taxiing without being able to see. What is that doing in the way? This is a pay-where scenery. Remarkable. Okay. Lining up then. You have to pop that there. A little bit of the old brakes. Ready. So flat 15 departure, we've got that derated takeoff, and we'll use sort of most of the length. So we are ready, let's go. Tenerife South Traffic Osprey 165 heavies, taking off runway 07 Combo 1 Whiskey departure. Just realised actually, 1000. Sorted. This is as if it never happened. Okay. On the brakes. Brakes off. Through to about 50%. Toga.
Tenerife traffic, Osprey 11 Mike, lining up 07, full length.
Nice headwind today. A couple of knots crosswind. As you can see, the windsock. That's actually facing the wrong way. So there's another problem with this payware scenery. 80 knots. Look at that acceleration. Wow. You can see now on the nav display there, 17 knot headwind. V1 rotates. V2. That windsock's pointing in the right way. Gentle rotation, continuing it up. Nice and smooth. To match that flight director. Positive rate, gear up. That's more like it. Through flap 15. Let's get that flap retraction going ahead. Flap 5 is what we want. Autopilot engaged. Here she goes. A little bumpy, but actually, if we just have a little look here. Look at that. Tenerife South Traffic Osprey 165 is airborne through 2000, final call. Yeah, really stunning departure. We've got the coast on the left and the beautiful island of Tenerife to the left. To that left, not the other left. I'm all over the place today. Bodes well for what's about to come, no doubt. Acceleration altitude then through flap 5 speed, still accelerating. I'm going to click that button there just to zoom that out a tad, like so. Flaps 1. Water brake's already off. Go flaps up. 240 now VNAV. All the thrusters got that job. Everything else looks good. Taxi lights, runway turn off lights off. The rest can remain on for now. And climbing away. The departure transition altitude here is 6,000 feet, so much like the UK. Now it's a 16 knot headwind, 4 knot crosswind, right to left for the departure. And actually our route initially takes us up the coast past Tenerife North. It's quite a cool one. Through 6, standard pressure. And actually I'm going to keep this winding up. 3-6.
Line up departure on runway 07.
There's our max currently 377 look. Optimal 369. We're going to 360 for now. And we're going to do that constant Mach thing that we've talked about in the past as well, so we'll be able to enjoy a bit more of constant Mach. We'll target decimal 8.5 or something today. Beautiful views, really cool. Take a few screenshots for today. And the extra 60 minutes of fuel definitely will be needed later on, because we will expect some holds. I'll show you guys when we get a bit higher up and away from Tenerife over the water. I'll show you Volanta, which is the app powered by Orbex, for tracking your flights and things. We use it every stream. I'll show you that, and I'll show you the traffic around Birmingham at the moment. Morgan Weaver, hello. Do you recommend using NVIDIA DLSS or sticking with TAA? It depends on your hardware, to be honest, but I use TAA.
11 Mike Airborne, 4,500. Final call, Tenerife.
I find TAA a lot better. Transport for Roadblocks. Have a look at one of the tutorials I've done. It will show you precisely how I set the custom views. 10,000, landing lights off. Seatbelts automatic. Away we go. David, just press like the home button. There's like a little PMDG logo. That's how you get back there. You need to set some custom view keybinds up, transport from Roadblocks basically. Grant, probably. The question to all of you flying along today though is, have you taken an extra hour of fuel today? J-Foot, good day mate, welcome. Well, I do as well. The engine wobble is pretty good in this, isn't it? There's the coastline. The ship's down there. And there is, in fact, just there, Tenerife North. We could probably set that up now, actually. Oh, look at that map. The home button is that PMDG logo there, David. That's pretty cool, isn't it? The 777-300 actually makes the world quite small, doesn't it? Because it can take so much range. Just gobble up nautical miles. Constant Mach, that's what we're going to do. Top climb after look-see, so Casas 832. What we want to do is go Mach decimal 84 or 85 slash quite a few waypoints. Probably let's have a little quick look at how far we're going to get before we need to think about econ descent. Shiri. I'll go for Shiri or Nozu. Shiri, actually. Shiri, Tolja, Ilzik. We'll do Ilzik. So then we'll do econ slash. Set. So now I'm asking the aeroplane to basically use, at top of climb, an acceleration to Mach decimal 85 all the way, constant Mach to Ilzik, where we then go back to econ speed instead, and then the rest of this will start to form part of our departure for today. Sorry, the arrival for today rather, not the departure. Get me words all mixed up. There's Tenerife North. Actually, there is one of the other islands in the backdrop, which is really quite cool. That is La Palma in the backdrop that we can see. Well, actually it's behind, isn't it? So that's going to be La Gomera, in fact. La Palma is over there somewhere. That's cool though. That's the, is it the Seafront Simulations, Canary Islands pack down below with all the ships there. You can get that on various things like Contrail. Bit of an earlier time for today. It's because it's a long old route and we're expecting a bit of time in the hold, so that way it will give us a bit of time to finish it. Should be, touch wood, normal time, he says. Rob's reckoning 5 hours of flight time today out of what should be a 3-hour, 40-minute block. I reckon we'll be going for about 4.5 hours, but it'll be like a 5-hour, a 4-hour, 30-minute stream. That's what I've kind of guessed for today. We shall see. Let's have a little look at Volanta then. We're not quite top of climb, but we can see the departure. There's a little collection of islands, Canary Islands here. Still got loads flying along today, which is super cool. Somebody's just landed, in fact, there, Standing Ghost. F1 891 still hasn't pushed. MPS is getting ready for his flight. We've got Ian Osprey 2472 about to push back by the looks of it. We've got Osprey 784 Carlitos just departing. Kev as well in his A320. We've got a British Midland 1294. Nice, old school. Flying as well. We've got Osprey 5145 airborne to Birmingham, which is Greg. And ahead of him we've got Zato Osprey 11 Mike behind myself. We should see some screenshots, but we will get them shortly, I'm sure, from others. But ahead of us, Tomjet 8 X-Ray and Banjo Osprey 406 Bravo flying the scheduled service back towards Birmingham. I will show you how busy the traffic is. So we've got London Control online currently covering all of the south and the Manchester area, followed by Birmingham approach, and you can see already it's fairly busy, isn't it? Potentially, actually. What have we got here? Ah, it's just somebody offline. That'll do. It doesn't look too busy for the arrivals, actually, which is quite good. Looks like they've got a nice flow going on. Departures wise, the terminal looks quite busy already, doesn't it? It's a small airport, small regional airport, already looking pretty packed, which is cool. It's one of the best events in the year for VATSIM UK, I think, and it's nice because it's a regional base as well. Next week they're doing a Yorkshire based one. I think was it Leeds Bradford or Doncaster or something that they're running flights at. Ian, what's happening? You can see now our constant Mach at Casas, Mach 8.5. We're currently Mach 8.36, just shy of 8.4. And we'll work that away. The seatbelt sign is off already, transport for roadblocks. We've gone from on to automatic, so it sorts it itself. Oh, strip wires on your headset, Ian. Crikey. That's a bit more of a mare than I thought you were going to have. Have you got a spare headset? Get rid of that tablet down there, we don't need it. Yeah, Boeing 787 fan, do it. That's all on, strobe stay on, they're all good. That's all fine. After takeoff, checks have already done. Right, cabin temperature. That's flight deck temps on auto. Let's see if we can turn this down a bit. So we've set 22 as a bit of a target there. Orbit on that dot should be about 20-ish, 21. Maybe it's that dot for 20. Yeah, there we go. 20 degrees is a bit more comfortable, isn't it? In compass it's brown. But what you can see there is, I think, the overhead kind of green light that's on it. Let's see if I can make it a bit easier to kind of tell. Hopefully that makes it a bit easier. I see what you mean. But it's the green backlighting kind of making the brown look less brown, if that makes sense. Almost a cruise. If there's Rolls-Royce engine options 787 fan, then it will be that. If it's a 787, if it's a 747-400, then RB211s are mandatory, of course. But I'm only, for 747s, I'm only really interested in Rolls-Royce engine options. Unless it's a 747-8, I'm not too fussed. Aeroplane starting to pitch down slightly. Wilty, I'm not actually sure. I think the pictures suggest that -8, don't they? It's got the blended wing. Bingo. So next step climb to 380 is expected in 447 nautical miles from now. And you can see after takeoff there, our max cruise has only gone up by 100 feet. It's gone to 378 instead of 377. No worries, Ian. Don't forget to cancel your flight on New Sky while you solve your technical issues. If it helps for planning, our route takes us over Lisbon, which we will be passing in probably about an hour and a half. Failing that, Madeira. Although if you're in the 777, that might be a bit tough. Oh, don't worry about it, Ian. To be fair, Rab, an A330 has done it, hasn't it? So I reckon with a flap 20 departure, 777 could probably make it. Holding it on the brakes on the threshold for full length, but it would be pushing it. But it would be quite cool. Can an MD-11 do Madeira, as Arto says? I'm not sure, actually. Night Shepherd says anything's possible with some toga. Grant, I personally try and avoid wireless. So I've got a wired headset, just because I don't want to have it kind of time out, if that makes sense, and then cause issues with the sim. Ooh. Mako Simulations has updated his Manchester Airport scenery. Apparently during the last sim update, or no, the UK World Updates refresh that we had this week, just gone. Apparently a load of trees ended up spawned into the runway and the tarmac areas of Manchester Airport for Mako Simulations. So he's patched that and updated it really quite quickly, actually. So for those of you with Manchester, definitely want to make sure that's up to date. And he's provided a small update saying version 2 is making some good progress, which is really good. With livery artists transport for Roblox. I'm not very good at painting liveries myself though, so for that I've got to kind of get the assistance of other people that know how to do it. Rab reckons another Paro flight is overdue. So one of the streams over the next few days is probably going to include where is it? Let me just dig it out of my emails just so I get it right. Either Maastricht or which is a new ST simulation scenery, which is available via Aerosoft, or a new Colombian airport scenery, which is what I'm actually more looking at. SKPS, one of the most challenging airports in Colombia, apparently. But that's only available via Takeoff Studio in the marketplace. But they've emailed me and offered to send it to me, get my thoughts on it, do a little like a live stream / review with it. I thought, why not? That could be quite cool. Go back to South America for a little bit, for a stream. That could be, actually, depending on what it is, it could be a good one for the MD-11 again, Zato. But the us using it for the first time on New Sky, perhaps, just to really break it and get a load of penalties and things. Ooh, jazz flute. Where's this come from? Little heart back to the Anchor Man. Yeah, Greg, apparently it's all sorted, the flap issue. They're going to be working it into an update the other side of the weekend, I believe, from what I understand. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it comes sooner rather than later. But we have got liveries ready to go, thanks to Zato, thanks to Paddy as well for creating some a retro livery scheme and a vintage livery scheme. So all the liveries are ready. The second they update it and fix the flap sim bar thing to allow it to be used on all virtual airline programs and software and things, that's when we'll push it all out and get it working into the VA. Greg's asking, do Osprey Airways ever do any group flights? Live streams are pretty much all of the group flights that we do, but some of the folks in Discord get together and fly together. For example, like when I'm at work for a few days and people might have a bit of time around streams to do some flights with one another. So feel free to kind of coordinate anything in our Discord server. Asgard, thanks for subscribing. Oh, Greg, you did indeed, yes. I forget you use a different username in Discord. Obi Kenobi, hello, says, what would you recommend for a flight recorder? Sky Dolly is a good one to try for free. It's on flightsim.to. That's usually a pretty good one to just to try once or twice. See what we think without then having to spend any money, which is a nice way of doing it. Failing that, Flight Control Replay, which is payware, that will allow you to have quite a good replay option. Dougal, good afternoon. How you doing, mate? Hope you're well. Hey Greg, appreciate it. Upgrading to this gold frequent flyer. Thanks for the support. Mike, welcome. How's your week been? You guys had a few days off the PC. Not seeing how to update Phoenix, he only seems to download a partial file. Yeah, so Phoenix have updated their A320, haven't they, like you were just saying, but I went on there today. I went into my Phoenix program, my app, and there's no update shown available there, so I'm assuming, I haven't read their Discord to work it all out properly yet, but I'm assuming we will have to go into the phoenixsim.com website, Dougal, and then download a whole file again. But you're saying there that you're only able to seemingly download a partial file, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. That's a bit odd. I mean, it may well be that lots of people are trying to download it because it's the weekend and that it's just struggling a little bit, that's all. But it's got a brand new installer, so it may well be that. I'm not sure if you've downloaded the new installer yet, Dougal. Cookie, hello. Very good, thank you. How are you? Good stuff. I'll have a little look at the Phoenix. It's phoenixsim.com, isn't it? And you have to go into your dashboard. A320 base package latest version download. Assume it's just that. I'll click it, I'll see what happens. There you go, that's downloaded the new installer straight away. So that's what you want to make sure you go and do. You go phoenixsim.com, go into your dashboard, just download the latest base package. It should download the new installer, then you can just fiddle around from there really. Hopefully it should install it properly, but it won't update all of it. It'll just be the new update put into it, if that makes sense. It won't be reinstalling the entire aircraft again. Incomber says the upcoming A350 looks nice as well from Builds. I'm holding my reservations for that. I'm not entirely convinced. I do hope it's going to be good, but I'm not. I don't know. Some other aircraft have been a little bit of a underwhelming experience so far, so we'll have to see what happens. I do hope they pull it off though. Max, you did a complete reinstall just in case. Definitely don't need to do that, I don't think, but as if you run into issues, it might be worth then uninstalling it and reinstalling it fresh if there's problems, I guess, but I wouldn't necessarily preempt there being issues. This event today then, again like I said at the start, it runs till tomorrow, so today, Saturday 27th of July, it's live as an event from 9Z to 17Z, so that's 10 o'clock UK time through to 6 PM UK time today, and then tomorrow, Sunday the 28th of July, the event is live once again between 9Z to 1500Z tomorrow, so 10 o'clock UK time through to 4 PM UK time tomorrow. They've got 3 copies of Birmingham scenery and 2 Manchester Airport scenery from Mako Simulations up for grabs. 5 winners are going to be selected to win some channel merchandise, 2 baseball caps, 3 mugs from this channel here. And their big prize for people flying into or out of Birmingham over the event is with Velocity Flight Training. It's a 60-minute fixed base Boeing 737 simulator ride, which is pretty awesome. The prizes are going to be available to win for pilots for the below. One pilot is going to win, whoever flies the furthest distance whilst continuously online, either departing or arriving Birmingham during event hours. The remaining prizes at random are going to be assigned to pilots who fly a full flight online into or out of Birmingham during the event hours. Winners are going to be contacted via the VATSIM UK forums or Discord after the event to claim the prize, so make sure you're registered there and check regularly after the event in case you win. And if you've not seen what Velocity Flight Training is, it is this. Just refresh and change the screen across. Bosh. It's a proper 737-800 NG fixed base simulator with genuine and replica aircraft parts with a 220-degree wrap-round visual system with instructors, 24,000 different airports including approaches to St Martin and the checkerboard into Kai Tak. There's that 60-minute flight experience, which is worth 77 quid. Pretty cool. Hour simulator. Oh, that's where they do world flight for the UK stuff. That's cool. The virtual type rating course is £600, a 10-hour captain's package. 685 quid. My goodness. Great prize. And obviously if you end up flying over the event 2 or 3 times during the event, you increase your chances to be randomly selected to win some of these prizes. Dougal says, found the Phoenix issue. The new installer requires .NET 8 to be installed. What's .NET 8? Greg says, the Innobuild's biggest problem is going to be the comparison to the product from Phoenix and PMDG. We've been spoilt with the quality of these two companies so far. Everything else is so near, but yet so far. Stevie's just started Flight Sim on Xbox. Very exciting. How are you finding it? Certainly with a controller, it's probably a bit more tricky, isn't it, than having all of the hardware like I've got sat around me at the moment. I am indeed, Alexander. Yeah, that's going to be really good. David says, .NET is Microsoft's platform for software development. Ah. So it's just a refresh system there, isn't it? It's easy enough to install, isn't it, I guess. Rab says he's going to be cycling to Knockhill tomorrow for the motorcycle racing. Weather is looking good for once. What sort of racing? It's not MotoGP or anything. Is it BSB? British Superbikes? Boeing 787, we fly all of them. All of it. Cargo, passengers, corporate stuff. Scottish racing, he says. Ah. No, Alexander, we use New Sky. It's a really good virtual airline platform. There it is. Tracking our flight as we speak, with our SimBrief OFP inside of it. That's what we use. Will I be reviewing the Orbex Global Trees HD DLC? Cookie Taste is asking. Would you like me to? I have had an email about it, but I've had such a busy week that I've not really had a chance to sort of have a look at it all, if that makes sense. Let me go into this Creator Hub thing that they do. Oh, so I'd have to email them to say yes, basically. Let's have a little look at their product page a second to see what they are offering here. Global Trees HD, designed to completely replace all standard vegetation with high quality specimens to enhance your experience. Relative Demetrio has designed each biome with its unique vegetation. Completely replaces all default vegetation with high quality ones, adds the ability to change vegetation seasons, adds the ability to replace default grass with 6 new types, biomes reworked so specific vegetation appear in certain biomes, software is available for changing the vegetation season and grass type. That sounds like I'm going to have to run another program on top of the sim. Not sure how I would review this, to be fair. I suppose I'll just have to spend a day having a really good fiddle with it. Zipping all over the world, loading in random places. I mean, it looks great, but somebody that doesn't do very low flights, I'm not sure if it's something we would kind of really notice, if that makes sense. Like Andy says, we're not going to see the grass type at 40,000 feet. MPS is airborne. Let's have a little look here. What do we got? We've got Badger there. Tomjet 8 X-ray going off on a random route on his own up there. Badger. Ah, he's flying the Osprey Holidays livery. Nice. 737-800. Love it. Bit of beach fleet goodness. Tomjet 8 X-ray. And we've got myself followed by Zato. Let's see if we've got any screenshots from him yet. Yes, there we go. So this is the vintage MD-11 livery that we'll be having. Well, he's available now, in fact, to download. It's just it's ready to go effectively for when we get it added to New Sky. But that looks perfect for the MD-11, doesn't it? It looks so good. Really, really nice. Osprey 5145 with Carlito behind. Bosch, he's in the triple. Looking good. And then we've got MPS airborne. Where's everyone else gone? Ian's configuring. Air France 891 is just about to take off by the looks of it. And Ian's got himself back in the sim trying to solve his issues with, his headset fraying. Where's everyone else vanished to though? That's a bit weird. We definitely had more people flying log, didn't we? Oh, Midland 1294 is going off towards Lanzarote. I don't know where he's going. Going to Birmingham, Marrakesh, maybe. Doesn't really show me anything else. Go have a quick little peek at Birmingham again. It's not busy. It's got a good healthy amount of traffic though. What have we got here? Live traffic, 40 arrivals due in today currently, and 64 departures filed. So actually, yeah, very busy still. Just doesn't look as busy as it looks here. on the radar scope thing. And you can see there we've got London Control, Birmingham Approach, Birmingham Radar, Birmingham Tower, Birmingham Ground to see us in. Diluvian, there is one. Paddy's painted it. I've just not had chance to have a proper look yet and load it all in. Rab says Knockhill's going to be buzzing in 2 weeks when the BTCC rolls into town. Loves the event but hates the crowds. Obi Kenobi's at Croft tomorrow for the BTCC. MPS, me too. I'll be having a short break in a second just to go and make a sandwich. Ian's pushing back from Tenerife. Good work. Saying MPS, so I had to install, I was having issues with the GSX update going for a little while, and then I had a whole load of other things being updated as well, like the PMDG 777 with a small update. Ended up booting the sim, then I'd completely forgotten that I had to sort out an update to the UK and Ireland stuff as well. So I ended up doing that, and that took about 20 minutes. Off your neck. Alrighty, let's put offset track into use, shall we? Where does it go? We go route, offset. Because we're going to run into him, aren't we? Where is he? Not even on the display there. What the? And now it's disappeared. Very peculiar. Let's get into drone camera, shall we? Have a little investigation. That's pretty cool, Doc. With VATSIM radar. Saying there you can also connect your VATSIM account and your Navigraph account to it to make it auto track you as you fly along. VATSIMradar.com, which is the link Doc has put in the live chat there, is really, really good. If you're looking to spawn in, certainly during an event, that is what you want to have a little look at as a website. Now, it's a brand new resource, it's been out for a few weeks, immensely good. Gives you stand numbers and everything at the airport, so you load in, you can find a stand that's free before you spawn in on top of somebody and all that kind of thing. Helps you analyse how busy flights are as well. I was about to try offset track, but if whatever that was then just disappeared, then we won't need to. Let's get rid of that 2 right or 1 right that I loaded in there. I'll show you VATSIM radar now. Give me 2 seconds. I shall just load it up. If it allows me to. There we go. So there's Tenerife. We got Osprey 2472 currently taxiing, look. Just still loading bits in here. I'm just going to connect it to the VATSIM. See how long that takes. It's a very slow website today. Very slow. There he is. Looks like he's lining up actually now. So it gives you loads of details about your aircraft and things like that. But if we zoom out here, there we go. Look, Ryanair's just got airborne. He's off to Malaga. Easy 85 Papa uniform off to Edinburgh. Air France 8901. It's off to Birmingham. He's airborne now. Osprey 598. Then we've got 784, 5145, 11 Mike, and myself, Osprey 165, BMI 1294, and Tomjet 8 X-Ray flying up to Birmingham today. And if we look at Birmingham, where is it? There it is. We can zoom on in, and you can have a little look at all of the kind of stand numbers and things. So if you just give it maybe a minute or so, I think it should. At least it did at Tenerife. We'll see if it does it this time or not. It might give us the stand numbers. It's got a day mode as well. Already 14 departures, 3 pre-files, and 1 arrival in the immediate kind of next. I'm not sure what time frame they use for that. Is it, suppose, in the next 15-20 minutes? I'm not sure. It looks like a nice balance of aircraft going in and out at the moment into Birmingham. Did I see somewhere that Navigraph will be able to do all of this soon, Ian says? I'm not sure. Yeah, when you click on Birmingham, as Doc's suggesting there, it just gives you a little bits of extra bits, extra bits of information. So it talks to you about the weather, the departing call signs, pilot stats, ATIS, all that sort of stuff. But it's not mega bits of information really. Have a little look here. Yeah, neither have I, Dougal, saying they've never seen VATSIM radar that slow before. Cookie says, quick question please, do I need to uninstall the London Orbex London City Pack before I update to the official MSFS London World Update? No, you can have it on top of it. It's been designed to work in conjunction with the UK World Update, which obviously has been updated over the next few days, but a few days ago. Yeah, adding traffic, Rab says, Obi says it was showcased at FS Expo. Nice, that's very exciting. They are, aren't they, Dougal? So the Navigraph are brilliant at listening and adding features that we are asking for. Right, give me 5 minutes, folks. I'm going to go make a sandwich because I am rather hungry. It's well past lunch and I feel like I need a bit of sustenance to get my energy levels back up for the rest of the flight. I'll leave you with a wing view. Unless there's any imminent problems, it should be good. And I'll be back in 5 minutes, make a sandwich, grab a coffee, and I'll come running back up again. Right, thanks for bearing with us. Quickly whipped up a little sandwich. I'll have a little look, see how we sequence into Birmingham a little better. If I can work it out though, as Doc was suggesting a minute ago. Oh, I mean, VATSIM radar is just so slow now. It's it'll take a little while to work this out. Shouldn't be too much of an issue anyway, sequencing. Thinking about it, we've got radar, we've got London Control online, we've got Birmingham radar for vectors. If we get directed into holds, then so be it. We'll be underneath the kind of direction of air traffic control for that, so it won't be too much of a mega issue. No, I can't seem to get it working anyway, so I won't faff around too much more. Ham, cheese, crisp sandwich. I clicked on the map, I clicked on EGBB doc, but it didn't highlight all the arrivals, so not quite sure what the crack is with that. Right, I'll try once more, Doc. With the world's slowest radar system. United, welcome. Very good, thanks. How are you? Do you mean click focus? What the heck? Show tracks for arriving. There we go. If I just minimise that. Basically, it's highlighted all the aeroplanes in orange going towards Birmingham. There aren't loads. What's that one? What? Dublin? That can't be right. From Dublin to Birmingham. The heck's he? That's really weird. Maybe he's had a disconnection issue or something. Oh, there we go. Maybe that's him properly. I don't know. Very odd. That flight path there is very weird. Couple going in from Edinburgh. Well, it's got a lot of potential, this website, but it's just a bit laggy and a bit clunky to use, isn't it? Mike says, I was rewatching a stream in the week from a year or so ago today, and we were disappointed as there was no air traffic control in the UK on a Sunday afternoon. How times change, yeah. I mean, to be fair, today is a big annual event, so there is therefore kind of like a lot of organisation behind it, and there's going to be guaranteed like London Control and things like that giving us vectors and sequencing things from higher altitudes for this. It'll be quite important for it, really. Grant says there's 36 survivals due, so quite a few. Got to be balanced carefully and sequenced carefully amongst each other. Living on a player, good morning. Mike, yeah, I remember that, but I can't remember where we flew actually. Yeah, I remembered literally as we were saying hello, all the power went off for a few seconds. I had to then get everything booted back up again. It was quite stressful, but I do remember that actually. Quick look. Step climb time. 4 nautical miles. Let's see if it does it itself. Without time acceleration. I'm still mid-sandwich, by the way, so if I stop talking for a little while, it's because I'm trying to get my my lunch down me in flight. There we go. Look at that auto. Bam. East Midlands. Ah, yes. So currently at Bexhill we've got 28.6 tons of fuel on board. And OFP says 28.3 is roughly what we should have, so that's good. East Midlands to Skiathos. What a great route. We've not flown there for a while either. We do love a bit of Skiathos, don't we? Next step climb to 400 is not recommended, so we should just leave it at that. We'll be up pretty much nearest to the optimal flight level anyway here, so we'll stay at 380 for the remainder of the flight today. right, almost consumed. Dougal, I had no idea. I mean, it's not really been updated for a long time, has it? And there was the sim-aware overlay for streamers that was kind of being created, but it was just a very basic thing for people on Twitch. Nothing ever kind of expanded into anything that worked on YouTube, sadly. But that would have been something I probably would have used if they'd have expanded it into the YouTube side of stuff. But I had no idea the developer was ill. So it sounds like at some point when the website lease is over, I wonder if it will just get shut down then. There's every chance, isn't there? I would imagine Heathrow's mega busy on VATSIM again, but actually it looks like it's calmed down somewhat. And Gatwick is rather strangely quiet for this time of year. So I was thinking the next couple of bits, or the next couple of streams, so either Monday or Tuesday and Wednesday. Not sure which yet, but we're going to try and do at least one flight in something else, maybe the PMDG 777-300ER. It's been a little while since we've flown that, or the MD-11, depending on whether they push this update out for everybody or not, which fixes the issue on New Sky along with a couple of other things. That'd be quite cool. Ian's clacking to catch up. I'm sure, actually, to be fair, I think 865, you might do well to catch up a little bit. You might find when you get closer you'll fit into a nice gap, and actually we will be flying holds and you'll just kind of join us at the back quite nicely. French Toast says he's got 27,000 kilos left of fuel for the 330-900. Did you not plan the fuel load before you departed? Doc says to prefer browser-based VATSIM maps so I can open it on his phone whilst flying. No, I'm the same as you, Doc. I am not an Apple user. I'm quite thankful to have got rid of my Apple devices, to be totally honest. I've very much gone to what you call it, Android, and I've not really looked back. How did you plan your fuel, French Toast? Because if on SimBrief you've used the, if you've used SimBrief for example, to plan your route, and you've got the right aircraft profile set, it should work okay. And then there's a little fuel planning section that you expand, and I changed it to 60 minutes of extra fuel. But it also depends on your waypoint estimates, French Toast. You need to look at a waypoint on your OFP, your next waypoint for example that you're flying towards. Look at your OFP and see what your estimated fuel on board is supposed to be at that waypoint. And at that point you want to compare that against the real figure in the aeroplane as you pass that waypoint, and either you're going to find out if you're on plan for your fuel burn, or if you've burnt way too much fuel and you've really kind of not calculated it correctly, and then you'll know if you need to maybe divert fuel or something. All depends on what your what that comparison is really. MPS has got an extra 5,000 kilos extra added today. So I click the little tab where the extra fuel selection is in the fuel planning bit. You've got kilograms, but then if you click that, it will then also give you the option of minutes. So I've added an extra 60 minutes of fuel, which is let's see if I can find out how much extra I've ended up taking. Give me 2 seconds. I've got an extra 6,315 kilograms of fuel. Quite a bit. Transport, yes, I am. I just hope the Anybuild's A350 will be good and not some like Aerosoft, very kind of basic level average, which will be quite disappointing for what is a remarkably good aeroplane. I'm hoping it's going to be something in the leagues of PMDG 777 greatness, that level of goodness, really. If I'm really honest, transport for Roblox, the A320neo V2 that Anybuild's made for Microsoft is really poor quality. It's awful. I'm never going to use that again. I've used it once, never again. So if it's along that lines, then I'm really not hopeful for a high quality add-on. Their A300 is pretty good, although it's got a lot of issues. They have updated it recently to solve some of those. I'm hoping maybe that might solve. I'm hoping it's going to be a bit better than that A300, really. But we can probably, as Mike's saying there, we can probably expect it to be something along the lines of that A300. I hope so. 787 fan, very exciting. Are you going to be going to Myrtle Avenue? So Taser, answer me this. In a flight simulator, why do we need to have an avionics bay modelled? It's like an extra... It's just an extra thing that they've done that's completely unnecessary. That's probably taken them a couple of weeks to create, in reality. French Toast says he likes the Anybuild's A320neo, but might switch to the fly-by-wire A32NX. Yeah, do it. I genuinely think the A32NX will blow your mind. Yes, it doesn't have a cabin. That's the sad point. But you can still set up your custom views, so you don't really know any different because you're sitting in the front flying the jet, and it's free. But the system depth is 10 times better. Nice, yeah. Is that that's the Cathay Pacific Cargo and the Korean Air 748s, right? At Heathrow. Precisely, Zato. We're in a flight simulator, not aircraft engineer sim. He says there, I'm a sim pilot that fly virtual aeroplanes with virtual passengers from point A to point B. I don't need to fix computers in the plane in a sim. Yeah, I'm the same thing. You know, I get it's nice to kind of go into an avionics bay maybe and have a little look around, but no pilot is ever going to do that. So I don't understand why they've bothered wasting time doing it. Give us, like they've done here for the 777, give us a really nicely detailed flight deck with some nice little bits. I mean, we rarely go into here, yeah, let's be realistic, very rarely go into here. But just a cabin like this, that's good enough, that's all we need. That's all we need. No, in Compass, yeah, you missed the point, but my point is you don't need to go into the avionics bay. We're not engineers. I think it's just an unnecessary thing that they've gone and created, but. Yeah, certainly for me, like going into, as Taser's saying there, the interiors of airports, I'm a little bit on the fence of it. I was really against it for a little while, but actually, having seen like, you know, Pyreek Devco's Edinburgh version 2, for example, it's more of the environment that we can see from the aircraft as we park up, and the fact they've got the textures and the reality of a really realistic interior and the airside nailed so well. That is what I want from an interior for an airport scenery of a good quality. The landside areas I'm not too fussed about, although if you're going to see them taxiing around or moving around, you know, Edinburgh, again as an example, the terminal building is quite low, so if you are parking down on the remote stands on the sort of northeast side of the airfield, then you're going to see the tram area and the bus and things. So that element is actually quite clever because you're going to see it, so they've added it in. And what Pyreek Devco have done for Edinburgh V2 is they haven't really bothered detailing much of the landside departures and landside arrivals areas because you can't see them. So that's how they balance that, and to me that's perfect. We'll see what happens. It says, unless Kurt Russell and Steven Seagal are trying to board via the avionics bay, who cares? Yeah, precisely. We don't need it. Just give us good system depth and a fantastic flight deck. The rest is a bonus. As Taser saying that, it would be better to see that time spent on modelling the avionics that the pilots use. You would hope it shows they want high quality, but at the same time spend the dev time elsewhere. Yeah, it just seems confused. It seems like they've got somebody creating a really beautiful model of the aeroplane, which is great, but we don't need an avionics bay. It's just a waste of time and development cost as well, really, because they've got to be paid, don't they? So I'd rather have the system depth than everything else. Coast of Portugal coming up. Got a little bit of Unicom to go still though. It probably will, Roblox. And also, just as a point, I can see the chat, so don't keep copy and pasting the same thing multiple times. You'll just get timed out. Boosting at 8 miles, 26.4 tons. Another quick fuel check. 25.9. So 500 kilograms above our estimate, which is great. And as Doc's saying, no, that's nice. The route is avoiding Paris airspace, which I think is still closed, isn't it, from the opening ceremony for the Olympics from yesterday. I think, off the top of my head. It certainly was yesterday, wasn't it? Very possible, Incubus, yeah. And Julian, how's it? Welcome. Down in South Africa. $7.4 white, depends on the context, but that to me means 74 economy passengers. F, Y and J, or F, J and Y. F first, J business, Y economy. And I always forget the code for premium economy. Can't remember what that one is. Yeah, does anyone know what is going on with Digital Flight Dynamics and their freeware A350? Part of me wonders if that is what the Inibuild's A350 is going to be formed from. Maybe they've bought it, I don't know. Is that where the team has gone? Because there's been such little progress update from the DFD team, really. I'm just going to dig onto their Discord on my phone, actually, and try and have a little look. But that, I mean, that was a project I figured out would just kind of fizzle away, and it seems to have done that. Let's have a wee look here. DFD. Announcements. Progress updates. As of the 6th of May, they've created a custom Airbus joystick and a throttle quadrant, a net, a fire extinguisher, some coat hangers, and a torch. Oh, and some seats as well for the flight deck. So yeah, they are so far away, it's unreal. That's a shame. Because when they first announced the A350, I was so excited. That we would have a really good quality A350 for free in MSFS, but hey ho. Has anyone seen anything from the Bluebird simulations team yet lately? Mike is asking. Seemed like a lot of chat about the 757 a while ago, but not much since. So they went to FS Expo and they did this big presentation explaining the progress updates to the 757, which is all really exciting. But of course, we all knew as well they announced the 767 as their next aircraft in development. But they didn't really actually, if we cut back the basics, they didn't really show very much in reality. So we don't really know how much further they've got along since their last proper development update. And the thing that frustrated me a little bit with their presentation was the fact that they started talking about another new aircraft that's in development for them, that's going to come after the 767, which Taser says there, that's the 787 from Bluebird Simulations. And I think, well, you're a new developer. We discussed this at the time as well. You're a new developer. You haven't released anything yet. You're making the 757, which is going to be fantastic, hopefully, touch wood, followed by the 767. But why have you now announced the 787 as well? What's the point? It doesn't achieve anything, except for then just starts to make people wonder if they're actually serious about finishing what they've started with the 757. So it's given me some reservations, whereas before I was just wholeheartedly quite excited for it. Now I'm not really sure. I think the biggest thing that they showcased was the Boris Audio Works sounds for the RB211s, weren't they, I think, off the top of my head? Yeah, I think they did, Phil, but again, if they say, for example, they release it in December 2024, why are they even talking about 787 when they've not released the 757 yet, or the 767, which might then come in December 2025, followed by their so-called Dreamliner some point after that, because we'll have a new sim by then as well, don't forget. I just don't understand the point of it, unless it was just to get a massive fanfare and a lot of people talking about Bluebird. I don't know, just seems odd. Taze Doc says, why was a full fare economy class ticket? Ah, whiskey, that's it. Yeah, Y's economy, whiskey's a full fare premium economy, J for business, and F for first. Yeah, I always forget the premium economy one. Yeah, it's W. Cheers, Doc. Yeah, we've not had much from the Headwind A330 either, Taser, have we, thinking about it? Not recently, anyway. There was that big update a few months ago, but then nothing really since. James, welcome. Taser says, I would rather them do a high-quality 757 than do a decent 757, 767 and 787. The Horizon isn't study level, but it gets the job done. The 757, 767 are new types to the sim, so you want them to be good. Yeah, absolutely. But they're also historically quite... they're massive aircraft in the sense of like how much they were used globally in aviation properly in real life. You know, the 757 being a workhorse of the European leisure market. Look at TUI, Thomson Airways, Britannia back in the day, using them. Thomas Cook using them, all that kind of stuff around Condor. Not to mention all the 757s still flying with some of the US airlines. But they have said they want it to be as realistic as possible. So there is that. So I just think it's bizarre. I think what they should have done is they should have released the 757 first, eventually, and at that point, having dealt with the first few weeks post-release, then announce the second aircraft in the queue being the 787, because at that point the next aeroplane would be the 76, and they've already then provided us with something to assess their ability on. Yeah, but historically, roadblocks, not just United now, but lots of others in the past. LPP sent Miguel 2555.
Listen, control, Tomjet 8 X-ray, flight level 340.
Tomjet 8 X-ray, Lisbon control, very good afternoon, squawk 0554.
0554, Tomjet 8 X-ray.
Sending with Osprey 11 Mike at flight level 380.
Mission calling, Takeoff sign on me again.
Osprey 11 Mike.
Osprey 11 Mike, Lisbon control, very good afternoon, squawk 5414.
5414, Osprey 11 Mike.
Lisbon control, good afternoon. Osprey 165 heavies, flight level 380.
Osprey 165, Lisbon, very good afternoon, squawk 3321.
3321, Osprey 165.
Tomjet X-ray identified.
3321, wasn't it?
Tomjet X-ray.
I forgot. No, they don't anymore, James, but they did.
45 with you, flight level 360.
Osprey 5154, Lisbon control, good afternoon, squawk 2720.
So we've logged in now with ACAS.
After 11 Mike, identified. Break, after 165, identified.
Lovely.
Lisbon Control, 0700 Heavy, good afternoon.
Azulay 700 Heavy, very good afternoon. Identification, squawk 4776.
Hot code 4776, Azulay 700.
There's the Portuguese coast.
Air Control, good afternoon. Air Portugal 1438 at holding point runway 02 at Lisboa. Request IFR clearance to Casablanca.
Air Portugal 438, Lisboa, very good afternoon. Information not all clearance clear to destination. Luzon 1 X-ray departure, squawk 3537.
Douglas says, is it possible to show how to enter a divert 2 in the FMC in the 777? Not sure how risky it is.
Sorry, stand by.
I mean,
Air Portugal 148.
I'd probably go into route 2 and I'd look to create a route 2 in there, if that makes sense. So I'll just go route 2, and then you can put in your diversion route on there. So, for example, New Sky.
Yeah, destination via 201 X-ray departure, squawk 3537. Air Portugal.
There's our route for today, but if we had to divert when we get to Birmingham for whatever reason, we would then also have an alternate route to Heathrow, which gives us that. So if we had to bin off the Birmingham flight, we'd have to go to London Heathrow instead, and that's our route. So we'd put that into route 2 perhaps, or you could just do a direct 2. Depends on what you're doing and if you're flying offline really, and how detailed you want it to be.
Heavy, very good afternoon, from 2701.
2701, 784. Good afternoon, Ryanair 41 at the Alpha Airport, Sierra 26, clearance to Ground Canaria.
Ryanair 41 Yankee Alpha, good afternoon, runway news 35, manning to Sierra departure, initial level 100, squawk 0311.
Right, Tim, welcome mate. A little fly in the updated Phoenix A320 yesterday, but it wasn't long before I was back in my all-time favourite, the 777. How are you finding the new Phoenix update? And who's used the installer so far? How have you found it?
Good afternoon, Osprey 598 Heavy. At flight level 380 inbound Bexal 50 miles.
Austin 598 Heavy, Lisboa, very good afternoon, squawk 2267.
Squawk 2267, Osprey 598 Heavy.
Austin 784, identified level 380.
Flight level 380, Osprey 598.
Subject 79 direct, Lisboa, good afternoon, identified level 350.
Oh yeah, Giga, yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? It's a stunning one. The BA Landor 757 was a nice one. That's where the original BA shuttle service was kind of created, wasn't it? Which is still why they today use the shuttle call sign on like Heathrow to Manchester and back. Steve, good morning to you in Eastern Canada. Good to see you. What have you got for breakfast?
Portugal 1438, ready for departure.
Flight Sim says he used the new installer, quote seamless, but had a crash to desktop. Deleted it for the time being, even though I love the Airbus. Oof.
Clear for takeoff runway 02, Portugal 1438.
Oh, I'm not sure what to suggest there. Has anyone else had a similar issue?
Control the time left 6065, please, when airport. We have information in board.
I just realised we're already past halfway.
And at 6065, which will very good afternoon, from back register. Okay, map 6065. You still have the old flight class. Now your departure should be full VOT or all VOT. Please define
We have the
Cheers, James. There's the current weather at Birmingham, folks, as of 11:50 Z. That's a bit out of date. 12:50. It's like an hour old already. Interesting. I suppose maybe it's going to refresh in 7 minutes. Winds 270 knots. Variable between 220 and 300 degrees. All the nines with vicinity showers. Scattered cloud at 4,300. Temperature 18 degrees. Dew point 09 degrees. And the QNH 1015. Air 2000 was the first time you flew on the 757 GLA to Bodge. The Giga. Nice, yeah, they did used to operate them as well, actually. It's Britannia Airways for me. Bodge is Burgos, isn't it? I'm surprised they flew there, actually, all that time ago. Reyes, gotcha.
Control 438, identified, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240, Royal Portugal, but for free.
And that's 6065, ready to go 82.
Yeah, good old First Choice Airways for a little while, wasn't it?
And that's 6065, clear to Madeira.
I flew with them out of Anair 2000 out of East Midlands once each.
Initial level 100, cockpit 205.
Initial time, flight level 4.
Let's get the TAF for Birmingham.
3204.
And then 6065 is back right.
Oh, look at that, between 12Z and 20Z today at Birmingham, temporarily going to have 6,000 metres visibility in showers and rain, with a 30% probability being temporarily between 14Z and 19Z, which is when we're flying in. A decrease in visibility down to 4,000 metres in heavy showers and rain, with broken cloud 3,500 feet cumulonimbus becoming 6,000, 30% probability, 4,000 metres viz, and mist. That goes into the evening. So the bit for us that's really important is I'll just copy it, paste it in the live chat, that bit. That's the bit that's really important to us. So that looks like, if you compare that against the current METAR with vicinity showers, it sounds like we're about to start getting a decrease in visibility and an increase in rain as well. Could be a good one, especially if we end up in a hold.
Direct time still Air Portugal, but for free.
Tomjet 8 X-ray, monitor Unicom, to the Malay, fine.
Unicom, Tomjet 8 X-ray, here.
We're going to be handed off shortly as well. And once we're handed off to Unicom, I'm going to run down and get a coffee on the go, I think. Eric, good morning. Yeah, Jet2 are flying the oldest 757-200 in Europe, I think, from what I understand. A passenger 757 in Europe.
Visual control, good afternoon, 5 Lima with you at level 350.
VATSIM says he's used Revo to uninstall his Phoenix A320. He says he's going to reinstall it at some point, then report back. His logo, by the way, is Air 2 Bob's colours. They were fab, and his ex-wife was a hostess for 7 years with them. Nice.
Beachport Control, 05 Lima.
Bird 5 Lima, how do you read me now?
Credibility 5, we'll see you at flight level 350.
Bird 5 Lima, identify level 250.
It is James, yes.
Shamax, what alpha arrival from my
02 for the Shamax, 1 Alpha arrival, see you at flight level. Moving control Airbus 891 heavy with you, flight level 400.
Advance 891, visual good afternoon, Fox 0330.
Looking 0330, Aircraft 891 heavy.
Pinnock is the border, so this is now leaving Portuguese airspace. And that little star, that RNAV waypoint, is us going into Spanish airspace for a little bit now.
Okay, 165, monitoring the comment to do the signal light.
Unicom Frostbury 165 heavy, thanks there to see, good day. Simulator PIC on, welcome, thanks for subscribing. Right, on that cheery Unicom note, I'm going to go down and whack a coffee on the go, folks. So give me a minute or so. I'll be back within 5. There we go, thanks for bearing with us. Quite a nice view now, isn't it? Over the sort of northwest Spanish coast. Rish, welcome. You controlling today? How are you? Been a little while. You go have a good day. I've made me coffee, so we're all good now. Got enough water left for the flight, and I've got a nice cup of coffee ready to go as well, so we're all good. It's been a remarkably busy week at work, so feeling a bit fatigued today. What do you guys want to see next? Would you like to see the MD-11 phone? In fact, let's do a poll. I'm just going to check bookings actually before I set this poll up. Oh, perfect. Right. There you go, a little poll for you folks watching. Have your say. Let me know what you think. What do you want to see next in the stream? Edinburgh Ground, ATC with tower view. I'll be the ground controller for 3-4 hours, or an MD-11 flight. And that's going to help me kind of work out then which stream to schedule next. Well, Rish, there's the new rules, isn't there, with Edinburgh and other airports like that now, so it's an amalgamated call sign unless there's it over 21 departures or something like that, and then there's delivery can be opened or something. I can't remember the rules now. Might be 15 departures, I can't remember. But last year we kept dipping, or no, last time we streamed at Edinburgh we kept dipping into and out of that rule, so we had a delivery frequency come online for a little while, and then yeah, 14, there you go, thanks. So we hit 14 and then worked into sorting all of that out, and we got somebody come online to help us with delivery, which is really helpful. Within 20 minutes the 14 disappeared down to 13 and he had to log off, which is a shame. That's Santiago down there. I think it is. Santiago de Compostela Airport, LAST. Down on our left. If that's over there, we might see A Coruña a little further up, but hey ho. David says, see, silly rules like that make me wonder why so many people bother sticking with VATSIM UK. Yeah, in fairness, they're trying to match it so that it's more realistic in the sense that there isn't a delivery frequency at Edinburgh in real life. But on VATSIM, there should be the flexibility to do that if people want to, if that makes sense. Rich says he's preserving his energy for VATSIM UK Live. Is that the thing in August? Oh no, that's Welcome to Yorkshire. That's it, that's the 10th and 11th of August. I think from memory I can't attempt that. Yeah, I'm working. Hopefully we'll get a lot of Osprey people representing. Daisy says, I feel like a rule like that would be delivery comes on only above 14 but then can stay on as long as needed if they want to if it goes below 14. That would be a much more reasonable way to go about it, wouldn't it, I think? I mean, as David said, they've got so many ground controllers and delivery controllers on VATSIM UK because it is impossible to work through it and progress, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm still on the list actually myself to try and get moved up into. Let's change the music. Bosh. Moved into like a tower training thing, but again, part of me wonders if I can be bothered. As much as I would like to. I've been a controller now on VATSIM for 2.5 years, having not been able to progress or anything like that because of how stupid the system is. And like Rich there saying he's been trying to get to Heathrow to control at Heathrow, but that's been deemed impossible. The ironic thing is I work at Heathrow and I know the apron and the airfield like the back of my hand. I drive on the taxiways every day at work, so I can be a ground controller quite happily, quite confidently, sequencing traffic and all that kind of stuff around. I'm very confident in doing it, but the VATSIM will say I can't be a ground controller there. But it is what it is. Dave says, go on, look up how far you are in the queue. How did we... Is it in status checker? Let's have a little look. I'll try and remember how to find out the position in the queue. No, it's not in that one actually, is it? It's... God, are you just trying to find this? It's difficult. I don't know how to find out. How long have you been in the queue for, Rish? It says there he's number 43 in the S2 training queue, so a long way to go for him, he says. How long have you been waiting for, mate? C1? No, it's not C1 training place. My waiting lists. Right, there we go. I'm position 105, David. Where was I before? I think I was about there before, wasn't I? Jake's still waiting for S1. It's been 7 to 8 months now for him. Wow. And are you still looking to do it, or are you just not bothered? My S1 was granted 3 years ago. I've moved up 1. Very exciting. That's taken an entire month, hasn't it? God, what a joke. There needs to be a better system of training. The silly thing is, if they have more tower controllers available, then some of those tower controllers might choose to be ground controllers for a session, or they will do top-down coverage so that people flying on the network will have, so that they will have tower and ground and delivery under one person. So the incentives there are huge, but no, not allowed. Join a prohibitively long queue. You can't practice offline, Tim, no. You have to join a massive queue, as Jake's saying, and then you've got to do some Moodle online training courses and things, and then eventually you'll be assigned some seminars as well. You'll have to do some seminars on TeamSpeak, where they help you kind of set bits up, and then from there you have to wait for a mentor to be assigned to you, who then teaches you how to be a controller with like a sandbox. So they'll generate scenarios which will play out, and you will be the ground controller doing delivery and ground whilst you work through your training, and eventually then you'll pass that with a final check, like a final practical test. If you pass that, you'll be given the rating, and you can then connect to the network properly. Jake still hasn't done a seminar in 7 to 8 months, my goodness. I know there was one the other day. Quite a few people were joining it. But I don't know if you have to wait for a seminar. I can't remember now. But if you go to VATSIM UK, log in to that system, for those of you in the queue with VATSIM UK, then go all the way across to other services, and then there'll be a tab that says My Waiting Lists, and that's what you want to see. I've still got to do the theory exam really, but again it's just taking the time to do it. The incentive isn't great because I'm 104, 105 in the queue. Brescia I controlled last month, and in fact the month before that as well. Night Shepherd says he loves doing a full top down from tower. Good fun. Yeah, that's where they made the mistake really, because if they trained enough people to be tower that were in the queue, then actually a lot more people would control higher up positions but cover more below them as well, so that it means that you can enjoy much more ATC coverage. It'd be great. But again, there's an issue with a lack of mentors and trainers and all the rest of it as well. Certainly post-COVID, the world's kind of gone back to normal, so people's availability has understandably gone down a bit as well. Over the Bay of Biscay now. So France up ahead, hosts of this year's Olympics. Birmingham finally on the display. We haven't got the arrival yet. We'll have a little look at that in a little while, but I'm pretty certain it's going to be runway 33 to be fair anyway, so we could probably just throw ourselves into just selecting that. Runway length at Birmingham 3,052 metres. We're probably going to come off at Bravo to be fair, runway 33. If not, we'll use the full length and come all the way off at the bottom at Alpha 1, onto Alpha, all the way down that long taxiway towards the terminal buildings. We'll get a good look at the possible queue of things going on as well. If the weather's really bad, then we could auto land the thing. There's the poll, folks. 63% of you want to see me be the ground controller at Edinburgh for a couple of hours of ATC live. Now let me just go ahead and book a slot. Edinburgh Tower, that's 9 till 11Z. CCPH. Probably going to be Monday the 29th, folks. Well, alright, booked. 1 o'clock to 4:30 UK time. Ah, 777 taser, yeah. Out of all the options, but realistically, 777 should be merged with 787 style because they're actually pretty much the same aircraft. This Monday, David, Monday the 29th. Let's go ahead and put the arrival in because I can be quite confident now that this is going to be stable enough to commit to. So we get a little closer, we're going to expect the FIGSY 1 Bravo arrival into Birmingham, which is going to bring us in through waypoint FIGSY down to Biffin at precisely flight level 130 before descending down to Grove flight level 70. But of course this is all dependent on air traffic control. We're also going to preempt the hold here at Grove. So I'm going to go ahead and input that because it says here, warning, do not proceed beyond Grove without ATC clearance. So I'm going to go ahead and put that hold in just in case. And you can see it's actually bringing us in quite close to the airfield, isn't it? So in reality, we probably might get vectors. I'm not sure. But either way, we're aiming to get towards the approach there at about 2,000 feet to fly the ILS runway 33 approach. So we're going to go departures, arrivals, ILS 33. I'm tempted to see very briefly what this Maple transition suggests actually. EGBB 33 FIGSY 3 Bravo 3. Set that transition Maple. Yeah, no, we don't want that. We just go straight to final. Fixie. There it is, Fixie 1 Bravo. Execute. So we're going to need some vectors. As Rish says, it's actually quite a difficult approach really, because it's in a tight bit of airspace with a lot of altitude restrictions all around it, and on top of them they've got a load of kind of heavy entry and exit points from Heathrow, routing up past Honolly and Birmingham. So Honolly is right in the middle. There it is, that waypoint right there on the screen, right at the final approach point in fact for Birmingham. That is the Honolly VOR for Heathrow. I say it's for Heathrow, it's used by Heathrow, but it's not for Heathrow, it's just a VOR. But we're going to have to get from Grove at 7,000 down to 2,000 feet only a few miles later. So we're going to need some vectors by air traffic control. We'll have to see what happens. It may well be that we descend in the hold. We can add that in though by going hold. Find Grove, select that in the scratch pad, add it in at the bottom. And then we want to do, where is it gone on my charts? Inbound 103. Right turn, which should be an outbound of 283, 1 minute hold, speed target of 210, flight level 70. It's giving us a recommended best speed of 220 there though. We'll execute that. To check that, what we can do is go to plan mode, zoom on in, and you can see here we can step through and check this. We've got 2 decel points there, so that first little tiny green ring is going to be our 10,000 foot decel point, and then beyond that will be another decel point to line us up for the hold at Grove that we've just put in like so. Then with the discontinuity towards final approach, so that then matches, as you can see, the charts. Nice little direct comparison hopefully for you folks. But as it says there at the top as well, descent planning, actual descent clearance will be as directed by air traffic control. We have full ATC today for the event, so it's going to be led by that. We might not even make it to Grove, we might get to Biffin, and we might get turn right heading 090, descend 5,000 feet, that kind of thing. So we'll be led by air traffic control with vectors or whatever else is required. We might be sent to Grove for the hold, we don't know until we get closer. But we are prepared for all of it, which is the main thing. And then we got 2,000, final approach 187 knots, which will be a flat 5 speed. I'll need the forecast descent page, transition level. It's going to potentially be 7,000. We'll have a little look at the ATIS though. On VATSIM. And that says 70 as well, good. So we're all prepped, nice and early. And all we'll need to do now is set minimums, set our landing QNH, our VREFs and our auto brake. Here's a useless fact, Ian says. The Honolly VOR is located at an old Royal Air Force base where his granddad was trained during World War II. Epic. That's quite cool. Oh yes. There you go. Go away with your pop-ups. Situated in the middle of nowhere, just outside Coventry. It's a super local site for this chap here. He's had a chance to check it out of years of wanting to. This is where the VOR actually is Initially an active Royal Air Force site, decommissioned in 1957, where Lucas Aerospace then decided to set up its shop. And it was used for jet engine and aeroplane development. The derelict site was then bought by ProDrive as a new development site. And all of the development for the Group AWRC Subarus was done here. Used to walk down to these buildings on its break. And since then it's been left to be derelict and nasty. Look at that. Old test tunnel. Oh. See what else we've got. RAF Honolulu. There's the runway. In fact, you can see right there in the middle of the screen, there's the VOR, look. Right in the middle there. That's the Honolulu VOR. Pretty cool. From September 2014, the site's been used by Jaguar Land Rover for a heritage driving experience, with the location being known as Fen End. It's had Hawker Hurricanes, it's had Spitfires based there back in the day, Bristol Beaufighters, and the de Havilland Mosquito. The Airspeed Oxford, some cargo type stuff, and then the Bolton Hall Defiant Interceptor aircraft during World War II, which probably nobody's ever heard of, followed by the Vampire. It's got a hell of a lot of history with Honolulu then, hasn't it? That one, Hergy. Eric, I have no idea. Oh, fair enough, Hergy. Ian, have you had any rain at Birmingham today, in real life? Wow, okay. So the SimBrief performance tool is telling me for landing, we should have flap 30 and auto brake 4. That's quite extreme. It says landing distance available is 2,450 metres because of the displaced thresholds at Birmingham. So actually that's pretty short. So if I set auto brake 1, landing not authorised, maximum runway weight exceeded. Auto brake 2 is the same, auto brake 3 also not authorised, 203.839. Eric, nice. So it is an event. Hong Kong to Fukuoka, nice. Flight Sim says he seems to have a little light bleed through at the top edge of the lower ICAS display. Could you just check yours for me? Well, what angle though? I can't see any. That's the display for the performance. LDA 2450. So we'll use the whole runway. And if I select auto brake 3, landing not authorised is displayed. I think we'll set auto brake 2 and then we'll use manual braking. That's what we'll do. With full reversers. Because I mean that's quite a lot of braking from auto brake. Although to be fair it does make sense. Question is, what whiskey do you have, Night Shepherd? See what this tells us. Go performance tool, landing en route. 3-3. That's suggesting auto brake 3. I'm going to put good. Auto brake 2. Reverse is all operational. There we go. Nice. We'll go with auto brake 2, like we said, and then go to manual brakes. But as Greg says, it doesn't take into account the displaced threshold, so it's something to bear in mind. You can see on the charts, if I bring it up here just so you can see what the crack is, Birmingham Airport, this whole bit here is a displaced threshold. And this whole bit here is a displaced threshold. So now, look how short the runway looks in comparison. We've got this bit, haven't we? Where have we got? 2 seconds. We've got that little bit there. Crikey. Just want to draw a straight line. You get the gist. That green section there is this bit here is the usable runway. Colour that in. It's really good at art, as you can tell. So the bit of the red is a no kind of count really. Landing on 3-3, none of this here is countable because we're not allowed to land on that. We can start our takeoff run from that, but we're not allowed to land on it. Hence why the usable landing area is even further, is even less than the takeoff run available, because it's ignoring these displaced threshold areas, if that makes sense. So now all of a sudden we've lost to like a fifth or a quarter of the runway. Actually quite a bit, isn't it? And if we go into, where would it be? There we are. Runway 33. Usable length 2605, landing beyond the threshold. If we land beyond the glide slope, it's only 2,290 meters. So order brake 4 is, in fairness, most likely the correct setting. You don't have to use order brake 4. You can use order brake 2 and then use medium. You can use your own brakes, manual braking, to slow down all the rest of it. But yeah, it makes it look very short, doesn't it? All of a sudden, this is quite the challenge. And taxi restrictions for A380s is all the blue. But we obviously aren't using that. There are a few heavy stands. 6, 7 and 8 are heavies, and 5 I think is a heavy stand. And then we've got a couple of these centre stands as well. 56 Charlie, 55 Charlie, 4 Charlie, 57 Charlie. And then a few of these remote stands over here, the 80s. That's all, they're all available for heavies, so we might get parked somewhere there. We'll probably get dumped off in the 80s up here on uniform, but I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we'll get at least connected to the terminal. Zata, no worries, have a good one. Missed approach for this is okay. It's just climbed straight to head to 3,000 feet. So we just, as long as we have 326 set, which we will, that's all we need to worry about. There's a Birmingham NDB of 406 there as well, which we will tune in a little later on. We've still got a little bit of a way to go. So we could set order brake 4 and just see what happens. Or we can use order brake 2 followed by manual brakes. What do you guys reckon? What do you want to see? Set some QNHs ready. 1015. The minimums for the Cat. Well, let's do a Cat 2 ILS. Cat D 102. And then we'll do the flap stuff in a bit. VATSIM says he'd like to see the glowing brakes. Actually quite hard to get glowing though, if that makes sense. Because they are good at taking some heat anyway. And then sort of cooling down afterwards. If they are glowing, then that's actually almost like an emergency in itself. Because so at Heathrow, for example, if we had hot brakes reported from an aircraft and they were glowing that much, in all likelihood there'd be smoking as well. And with that, there would be an aircraft ground incident declared, meaning that the fire service and the emergency services would be called to begin kind of investigating it, and they'd be there on standby in case a fire started or a tyre burst or something like that, do you know? So that would be a non-normal kind of situation. Brakes were glowing. So that it is actually quite difficult to get them glowing. Although we could try with auto brake 4, see what happens. If that's what lots of you want. Tim's suggesting they're using auto brake 4 to see if we can get the brakes glowing. He's saying there though he's tried everything and he can't even make them glow himself. Fair enough. I'm yet to get them glowing myself, touch wood. I think you've got to do like 4 or 5 different rejected takeoffs to get them really hot. Night Shepherd, yeah, that's the one. So you will see sometimes, certainly if you ever go to Heathrow, or I suppose for you like Sydney Airport somewhere, you might see Dreamliners, for example. I see it quite a lot at Heathrow. They'll take off. It always seems to be Dreamliners more so than anything else, which makes me wonder if there's an issue with the Dreamliner braking system that kind of Boeing have just glossed over. But quite often they will keep the landing gear extended after takeoff for about 2 or 3 minutes, and at that point they're flying over the Burnham NDB, over Slough basically, turning away on the on that one Golf departure before they begin to retract the gear, which is insane. But they leave it extended for that long to cool the brakes down before they retract them. It always seems to be 787s for some reason. .1174 says electric braking system faults supposedly. That tailwind has become quite crosswind now, look, 82 knots. Nick, hello, welcome. I have got them all downloaded, yes, although to be honest, most of the time I probably don't notice is the photogrammetry stuff. That's what I really want. Yeah, Tim, that's it. It says there, as you know, when you're up close and personal with the jets after landing, even with a low auto brake used, there's quite a bit of heat generated from those brakes anyway. 1174 says, I believe they've got electronic braking systems on the 787 Dreamliner. I believe it's something to do with sensors. And 500 PSI going in the brakes is a heck of a lot, isn't it? Rab says there as well, you see so many 787s depart Heathrow with their gear up for ages. Yeah, literally 15, 20 miles. They're getting up to sort of 3,000-4,000 feet before they're retracting the gear. And it just shows that those 787s are just faulty. They're waiting for all sorts of things are going wrong. It's you see little things like that quite often and you think that shouldn't be a regular daily occurrence, but it is. Oh, of course, plenty of brakes to be glowing at work, Rab. Literally got out of the car sometimes and the brakes are glowing. Or smoking, which is quite cool. And you know you've driven hard enough. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far today. Hopefully you're all looking forward to the rest of the weekend. Should be quite good weather in the UK at least. It's supposed to be getting slightly warmer again over the next 3 days, up to about 20... what did it say? 28 degrees I think it's meant to hit by Tuesday. Let's have a little look. Yeah, 26 degrees tomorrow and highs of 28, 29 on Tuesday. My goodness, that's too hot for here. It's too hot for the UK. My goodness. Flight Tim says the 787 is getting a lot of bad press at the Senate hearings. Do hope Boeing can get their act together. 1174 says they still set their gear up at positive rate, but the onboard computers in the 787 then lift the gear once the parameters are reached. Interesting. It's just a weird it's just a weird thing for it to do though, if that makes sense. Because it surely means there is an underlying issue with the gear system on the Dreamliner in reality. Because otherwise, positive rate gear up, gear would retract because there wouldn't be any problems with the parameters. But also, here's another scenario then. You go positive rate gear up, bosh, you're in a Dreamliner, you're on the Umlaut 1 Golf out of Heathrow that takes you past the Burnham NDB, and you think, right, now I need to accelerate to 250 knots. What happens if you then keep extension, look, 270 knots? What's the maximum gear extension speed for the Dreamliner? Does anybody know off the top of your head? It's a pub quiz question, that. But it'd be interesting to see how close they get to the maximum speed with gear extended. Oh, those, Dwyle. I think from the memory, that's the heated windshield stuff. James, no. Unless you've downloaded them in the marketplace, then you will. But if you've ordered them off Orbex, Contrail, Sim Market, whatever else, Aerosoft One, then you won't see them in your Xbox. French Toast says, is Osprey Airways the biggest VATSIM virtual airline? No, I don't think we are. I'm not even sure if there's a way to check that, to be fair. But I'm not even sure we would be in the top 10, to be honest. Is there a way to check? I don't know. No, Dwell, we had a little bit of ATC, mate, through Lisbon, but we're back onto Unicom for a little while longer. Yeah, it is for the heated windscreen. I think I did say that, but maybe there was a bit of buffering or something that made it skip. I don't know. There's Guernsey, the Channel Islands. Surely not. That can't be. Oh wow, it actually is. We are almost there, folks. It is the Channel Islands. And now we have ATC, London control. What do we got here? Well, actually, we might not have London control. It's just Volanta illuminating the entirety of it. Let me check back glasses quick. Oh, jeez, that's going to be tricky. So we're not going to get ATC until after Bristol, which is going to be waypoint Biffin or Figsy, but by that point we're going to need to be speaking to most likely Birmingham radar, because Birmingham East doesn't provide us ATC on the west side of the UK. So 123.980, I'm going to tune them ready. Ian, you've done well to catch up, mate, if that's the case. 123.980. We'll have one more look at Volanta to see how we're going with the fly along today. We've overtaken Badger. Osprey 5145's behind in his 777-300, followed by Carlito in his 777-300ER as well. Loads of heavies flying in today. We're going to fill up Birmingham. Great screenshot. I think I've just unliked that by accident. No, I did. I liked it. Good. We've got Zato in his MD-11, which is superb. No screenshots though, it says. Oh no, Zato's just gone offline, hasn't he? BMI 1294. MPS. We've got Ian as well, has just made some amazing progress and caught up with kind of the back of the pack. I feel like we've lost pilots along the way. Good work, Ian. Glad you could still make it. Air France 8901. Where's the Tomjet gone? Tomjet 8 X-ray. He's got some weird routing up there. I don't know where he's going. That's a really convoluted, different route. Cool. We're over UK airspace finally. And was it order break 4? Should we test it? Or are we going to do order break 2 with their manual brakes? Where was our econ as well? It's Ilzik. So look, there's our top of descent just by Coxpee. After X-kick there. And we've got Ilzik coming up, which is that waypoint where we go back from constant Mach of decimal 85 back to our econ speed, which is Mach 832. So we'll then begin the deceleration process. We'll slow down to our proper kind of computed cruise speed for the economical side of things before we then go nose down into our descent. So I'm going to flick that back to 1000s, make sure the heading bug is back in line. I'm going to put some fixed rings in actually as well, because that might be helpful. Don't forget we've also got the hold put into place at the minute at waypoint Grove, just in case. We're going to go Navrad 110.1. That matches the ILS frequency at Birmingham, followed by 326 for the inbound course. We're going to put 406 into ADF 2, just to give me some position reports. So I'm going to pop that ADF right, make it active. That's now gone active, look, so we're getting closer. And fixed rings should be RW33. There it is. 7 DME at 2000. The glide slope begins at 5 DME, so I could put a 5 DME fixed ring in, and I'll put a 10 DME fixed ring in. So I know I've got to be in that inner ring at 2000 feet or just below, otherwise we'll be way too high above the glide slope there. So just help me give my reference, my bearings on the arrival. Rab says he was watching Big Jet TV from Honolulu last night with 2 Raptors doing unrestricted takeoffs. It was insane. It's always impressive watching that kind of stuff, isn't it? Yeah, Greg, MPSs don't either. We don't know why. It's peculiar. Not far to go. There we go. Brixham underneath now at the moment. So they've got the Dorset coast. There we are. There's Brixham and Harbour. That there, that big jut thing, I've actually been there. That big long pier, and we've walked all the way down that to a fence. That's Brixham right down there in Dorset. Very nice. Mach 865 here, it's good going. Bring that range ring in a bit more. We want a bit Grove at 7,000, don't we? So that's good. Biffin needs to be at 130, so that's going to be on the next page. Biffin at 130. Grove at 7,000. Max 210 knots. .67 knot crosswind. So we've got information kilo at Birmingham. QNH was 1015. Our estimated landing weight, what was it? About 216 tons, wasn't it? We'll do 216.7. So a ton more fuel to burn there. Let's set that flap speed. Reset MCP altitude, because top of descent is coming up. We're going to set 7,000 to try and aim for a continuous descent. We'll see what we get given. And we've just passed Ilzik. So we've gone back to econ speed, so that throttle's now come back. Look, we're just bringing that speed back ever so slightly. Limited by max landing weight for this approach. And I'm just going to make a note of all of the different frequencies that we're going to need for this. So we might get London East, which is 18480, but I doubt it. EGBB or Lon M 120025, but again I doubt we're probably going to get them. BB approach is 123.980. We've got Birmingham Finn. Or 131.005. Birmingham Tower 118305, and Birmingham Ground 121805. It's more the way they segment it. It would be London. It would be Lon M actually, if anything, not East. It would be Lon M. But I doubt we're going to have to tune into Lon M, unfortunately. But we might get a ping. So I'm going to set 123980. I'm going to set 120.025. I'm going to tune into London M.
Connect 181. College 109, fly heading 090 degrees. Flight 6 to Alpha London, good day, squawk 5263.
5263, yeah.
Nordic 221, climb flight level 170. Eurowing 6 Mike Golf, flight heading 125.
Fly heading 125, Eurowing 6 Mike Golf.
Seabird 12 Alpha, resume navigation direct off Golf. Easy 29 from Victor, roger, taxi holding.
Good morning, Centurio, welcome.
Echo Delta and Alpha.
Yeah, MPS 1 is final, final approach. So 1 is dealing with the wider kind of Birmingham radar cross section, and then the Finn is dealing with the internal element of the approach before handing them off the tower, if that makes sense. They're split it into two different roles to handle the traffic.
Seabird 12 Alpha, contact Birmingham 123.9080.
123.980 from
Flyer 62 Alpha, flight heading 300 degrees, climb flight level 110.
Heading 300 and 110,
Easy 41 Tango Mike, flight heading 290 degrees.
Business end of the flight now.
290 the GCC 41 Tango Mike. Eurowings 8, Eurowing 6
Hot
Mike
brakes
Golf,
off.
flight heading 095,
Do a
climb
quick
flight level
warning
210.
recall. Water brake set, landing VREF data, and the approach brief is complete. Approach altimeters will be set.
Fly heading 095,
Landing checks will be next.
Eurowing 6 Mike Golf.
Lufthansa Cargo 126, turn right heading 120 degrees.
I reckon we won't speak to him.
College 109, turn right heading 130 degrees.
He's pretty maxed out. Oh yeah, it's going to be a very tight runway for a 777-1174. Emirates just about do it. They use the full runway, which is what we'll end up using today.
College 109, your range now is 28 miles, runway 27, descend altitude.
This, Dwal matey, we've covered quite a lot of ground. So this is the Bristol Channel. So down there is Bristol, right underneath us there is Cardiff Airport in Wales,
EG4 1 Tango Mike, descend flight level.
And then there'd be the big bridge across the M4 over there as well. I can't quite see one of my favourite UK airports from here. I don't think.
Nordic 221, resume navigation director.
Because the cloud. But yeah, Bristol Lulsgate is down there somewhere.
British Bravo, November, Easy 460 Papa, call London 118.480, goodbye.
Probably. There it is. There's Bristol.
Eurowing 6 Mike Golf, left heading 09.
And yeah, down there, Cardiff.
Heading 09, 0 degrees, Eurowing 6 Mike Golf.
There's big old Cardiff City, and then that'd be the M4 bridges over up here with Bristol City Centre up in the centre of your screens. Thomas, hello buddy, thanks for the super chat. Hello, how are you doing today? Says, very good, thank you very much. Welcome to the stream.
Channel X181 direct pushback. 711 direct pushback. College 109 is to altitude 3,000 feet.
Phil says the new world update is so good, everything's so clear and clean. Can't wait for Microsoft 2024 if that's the standard. Yeah, this. Look at that. It's amazing. This is the new UK sort of world update photogrammetry. That is spectacular in 4K.
489 London, climb now, flight level.
Bristol's great, Night Shepherd, isn't it? I lived there for 9 months and I absolutely loved it.
145.
Yeah, really cool.
Flight heading 145, will be firing 489.
Nordic 221, descend flight level 8.
26, I'm just going to tune to the approach controller.
Helimed 03 Alpha, Roger. You clear to control airspace in north of us.
They've got a helimed.
500 feet on second site.
Unbelievable.
QNH 1015.
We're going to get an FMC message for drag required shortly, I would imagine.
Request to airspace, comfort 15.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Helimed 03 Alpha, correct. You're just entering now to radar control service. Report left bearing.
123980, 131005.
Staff Ryanair 660 Alpha.
Ryanair 660 Alpha, contact Scottish Control 133.2. Helimed 39 Kilo, contact director, call sign only 131.0, good morning.
Busy.
Direct call sign only.
Busy.
1.0, Emirates 39 Kilo, good morning.
Spirit 1 to Alpha route, Oscott and Grove.
Oh, that's really quite cool, isn't it? Look at this.
Thank you, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70,
Like Phil said, if this is what Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is going to be made up of, it's just stunning, isn't it? Look at that. The depth of, like, even the 4D kind of texturing in the valley there is just exquisite. Looking really, really good. Rab saying London looks even better. Let's strap everyone in. Seatbelt signs are on. Speed's running away a little bit there, look. Tiny little bit of speed brake.
Sorry about that. Ryanair 660 Alpha, you got contact 133.20, correct?
Sorry, I'm afraid he's just gone. 133.705.
Oh, that looks cracking.
133.705 for Ryanair 660.
Hey, look, there's the crossing. I've not seen that from this far out before.
Mike Papa, Birmingham radar, hello.
Alright, Shepherd, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Very generous of you. Thanks for your super chat. Whiskey was amazing. Good. First super chat on a live stream, thank you. Loads of contrails up here. E-brakes extended, that's fine. Disregard.
Golf, Mike Papa, Squawk 0403, you have the basic service.
So 123980, and we should then have Fin 131005, that's already preset checked. Birmingham radar, so let's see if we're in his zone now. Should be.
Could you confirm what site you're expecting to land at, please?
Once we find a natural gap.
Yeah, roughly whereabouts is it? Just for our awareness, whereabouts is it? Copy, thank you.
Birmingham radar, good afternoon, Osprey 165 heavies with Kilo on board, QNH 1015 descending through flight level 160,
A
fixing.
tip for the cabin crew for this wonderful flight and service today. Whiskey was amazing.
Flight level 80, use the deconfliction service at the moment outside control, let's say.
Good morning, descend, flight level 80, deconfliction service, Osprey 165. Nice. So this is one of the things with Birmingham, is it's not like Heathrow where you've got Heathrow Director and they've got these big radar screens and all of that kind of stuff going on with it. It's a bit more rudimental. It's a bit more cost effective for a smaller airport to have a Birmingham radar service. So they're using a deconfliction service at the moment, which is basically them manoeuvring us around the other traffic to prevent any kind of near misses and things, helping us basically with traffic avoidance and sequencing. Look at that speed wrapping up there. Let's just start to whack some speed brakes out. I mean, even that, look at that photogrammetry, folks. That's really quite impressive, isn't it? How are we doing?
Move it on to Alpha, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1015.
Should be decelerating shortly. Rabs P Super 10,000, he says.
Move it on to Alpha, Leaf Grove, heading 150, family.
So you look close, 20 miles to Grove. We've got the hold put in at the moment, but we're going to be given vectors. Pause the music. There we go. It's always important to have the next controller ready, basically.
Osprey 165 is clear to enter controlled airspace on track Grove, desetting flight level 80.
Clear to enter controlled airspace, Grove, descend 80, Osprey 165 heavy. Lovely, now we're in the zone.
Pivot on draft, descent to altitude 4,000 feet.
So decelerate the jet a bit more. Is it that one maybe? It's just stunning, isn't it? How cool is that? Jeez. So good.
Easy 585 Delta, hello, climb now.
Look at the ground underneath. The texturing and stuff there. Amazing.
Connect 101, that's blasting, testing flight level 110,
Coming up to 260, look at that, managing the speed nicely there. Some CBs around.
181 Birmingham radar, hello,
By all accounts.
And then Grove.
Oh, so keep an eye out for that.
To Oslo, then Grove, and then higher lead factor.
Right, landing lights on, runway turn off lights on, taxi lights on. Leave the left on for now. Rolling with the rest of the lights there, all good. Seatbelt signs are on, overhead panels checked, and our fuel is good, 15.3 tonnes. We've got an extra 60 minutes. Looks like we're not going to use it, but we've got 2 aircraft there in the area around us, and we've got 1 up to the north as well, 30 odd miles away. Into a bit of pea soup.
Speed 1 to turn left heading 060 degrees.
Then right heading 060 degrees, speed at 112.
That's left heading 060 degrees.
Yeah, left heading 060 degrees, speed at 112.
Osprey 165, radar control service now, descend flight level 70.
Radar control, descend 70, Osprey 165. So we get some different, hopefully you guys can hear that, we're getting some very different kind of phrases given to us, like radar control service and all that kind of thing. So earlier we had the deconfliction service, now that's kind of been upgraded to a radar control service. We have to acknowledge that so the controller knows what type of control that we're agreeing to be given. That is spectacular, look at that. Amazing.
Spirit 1 to Alpha, contact director, call sign only to 131.0, bye bye. Spirit 1 to Alpha.
Yeah, speed 112.
Grove Zipperman.
Osprey 165, descent to altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 1015.
Descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1015, Osprey 165.
Channel 181, descend place level 80.
Descend flight level 80, Channel 181.
That one. Because we're going to go below minimum clean to maintain that speed of 210 knots, look for the holds. We've got to make sure we're at hold speed. We haven't been cleared beyond Grove, don't forget. So we've got a lot of work to do here. Entry into the holds. There's Birmingham.
East 585 Delta, mate, that request to landing control 133.705, bye bye. Osprey 165, turn right, heading 150 degrees.
Right to 150 degrees, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1015.
Descend 4,000, QNH 1015, Osprey 165.
Channel 181, descend flight level 70.
Heading select 150.
Osprey 165, contact director, call sign only 131.0, good morning.
Director, call sign only 131.005, Osprey 165. Thanks, ATC, good day. EB, so that's Finn. 118.
visual with the airfield.
118.305. This is as real as it gets.
Speedbird 12 Alpha, you visual.
except for people not. 118.
Speedbird 12 Alpha, cleared visual approach.
Standard to local.
160 knots, maintain minutes till 4 DME.
Speed 160 knots, maintain up to 4 DME, Speedbird 112.
Local director, hello, Osprey 165 heavy.
Osprey 165 heavy, Birmingham director, Roger.
Dwyle says didn't hear enter hold. No, so we discussed that earlier, mate, probably while you were away elsewhere. But there's that there, warning, do not proceed beyond Grove without ATC clearance. We were cleared to Grove, which meant that we had to basically begin to enter the hold. So as we began that turn, the entry into the hold, they then used the radar control service to give us vectors into downwind. Look, rather a nice entry into downwind for that matter, it's got to be said. Really, really good. Oh, look at this. That's insane. Look at this photogrammetry.
Some left heading 280 degrees, Speedbird 112.
Speedbird 12 Alpha, climb altitude 3,000
That is
feet.
spectacular. Look at the motorway.
Speed 180 knots, 1530, Speedbird 112.
Oh. I can't believe
Osprey
that.
165, descend altitude 2,000 feet, speed 210 knots.
Descend to 2,000 feet, speed 210 knots, Osprey 165 heavy.
Speedbird 12 Alpha, turn left heading 160 degrees.
It does, does it? It literally, it looks real. Look at that. If only you could like record a flight and set it so it just, you just sat here. You're like, is it the what's the thing online where you see all the videos and things? It's just like sounds and
left
things.
heading 030 degrees.
Left 030, Osprey 165. So I'm juggling two things now. 030, wasn't it? Jeez. Okay, getting vectored to final now. Look, here we go. What have we got? Light signs. That's good. That's set. Speed brake armed. Landing checks is next. 1015. Auto brake 4. That's all good. Light signs, and we already had the cabin secure. That's been done. Look how spectacular that looks. It literally looks real, doesn't it?
Osprey 165, speed 180 knots, turn left heading 010 degrees.
Speed 180, left 010, Osprey 165. Flat 15, he says. It just looks so real. I think this is the best photogrammetry upgrade they've ever done. Look at the motorway, just screaming off all the way up there. The M42 I think it is, off the top of my head.
Osprey 165, descending 2,000 feet.
Aphobia, we'll make it work.
Osprey 165, roger, on the heading 010, you're cleared ILS runway 33.
Heading 010, cleared ILS 33, Osprey 165. Don't know what happened there.
Tenex 21, hello.
Tenex 21, hello, speed 220.
Getting well distracted by the UK photogrammetry upgrade. There's Coventry Airport, where I first began to learn to fly. So what I've done is I've pressed lock here, only, to establish on the ILS. M40 Ian, thank you buddy.
Turn left heading 120 degrees.
Gear down. There's the airfield.
Speedbird 12 Alpha, turn right heading 180 degrees. There will be traffic 1,000 feet above you, opposite direction.
2500.
Check. There's an aeroplane right here somewhere. There.
Speed 12 Alpha negative, turn right. Right turn heading 180 degrees.
Roach mode armed. Get rid of that. Rearm the speed brake.
Osprey 165, report established, runway 33.
Just established now, 33, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, thanks for making that work for me. Maintain your speed of 160 knots until 4 DME and contact the tower 118305.
No worries, it's my mistake anyway. 160 till 4, contact tower 118305. Thanks, have a good day, Osprey 165.
G'day.
Yeah, that was my mistake. So it's on me to make it work for him and help him out, really. Let's set full flap, get that set ready. Autopilot, that's done. 2000 level. Birmingham Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 165's heavies on ILS 336 miles.
Osprey 165, Birmingham Tower, good afternoon. Continue approach, 1 to depart ahead.
Continue approach, 1 ahead, Osprey 165. Good afternoon. Tower ground 121.805.
Easy 37 Hotel Quebec, clear takeoff 33, winds 240 at 6.
121.805, flaps 30, green, down, green.
Bravo, report your passing altitude.
We're passing 3000.
146, 139.
Thanks, contact London 120.025, bye-bye.
144, sets 3000. There we go. All about energy management there. So I knew I could just about make that work if I was quick and decisive with the actions to get back on track for the approach profile.
Osprey 165, runway 33, clear to land, winds 240 at 6.
33, cleared land, Osprey 165. $12, not crosswind. This looks so good now with this upgraded photogrammetry, doesn't it?
37 Hotel Quebec, contact Birmingham radar 123.980, bye. Cheers. Turkish 431 Birmingham Tower, hello, behind the landing, Osprey Air.
Hey look, that's Crossrail.
777, line up and wait from
all that scorched earth on the left.
Landing, Osprey 777,
that's insane.
Behind, 500.
Was that the old A45? I can't remember. Looks like that could be that actually.
400.
Don't get distracted, Luke. Focus.
300.
Wee bit choppy on final, but it's alright. You can see the yoke, me working away there quite heavily. That displaced threshold doesn't help us at all. There's the A45. I think off the top of my head. Looking ahead.
Minimums.
Continue. A little bit of crabbing going on. 10 knot crosswind.
50.
Wow.
30. 20. 10.
Okay. Reverse screen. Order brake. Look how small the runway looks all of a sudden. We're going to use all of this runway, I think. 80 knots. Okay, my brakes. 293 foot per minute. Right in the touchdown zone. Slightly off the centre line, 1.24 G.
Osprey 165, welcome to Birmingham, taxi hold Alpha 6.
Thanks, taxi hold Alpha 6, Osprey 165. Off we go.
Connect 181 is on final.
Connect 181, Birmingham Tower, hello, continue approach, 1 to the
Double zoom going on there. Just trying to sort out my charts desperately. Strohs, runway turn off, lights, landing lights off.
431, clear takeoff 33, wind 240 at 6.
Alpha 3.
Wind copy, clear takeoff 33, taxi 431.
Autopilot, sorry, APU.
Osprey 165, contact ground 121.805. Cheers, Luke, I appreciate you guys flying in.
No worries at all. Have a nice event, ground 121.805. Have a good day, Osprey 165.
Take care, bye.
Can't believe I almost really cocked up that approach.
Cleared behind us.
Okay, flaps up.
Stand by to set pilot response.
We've been told Alpha 5, Alpha 6, which is all the way at the bottom. near the fire station, so we can just keep on rolling.
219, thanks for your patience. Push the start.
Ian says the bank on your left is now a solar farm. Wow.
1015.
That needs to be in a Mako sim scenery, doesn't it?
Lufthansa 737, once the Ryanair 737 passes from left to right, pressure start is approved. Face to the west, QNH 1015.
Off goes the Turkish 737-900 there by the looks of it. Put the flight directors off. Whack that on there so we can kind of roughly see where we're going. Over ground, good afternoon. Osprey 165 heavies on Alpha to hold Alpha 6. Jacko Gaming, hello matey, good evening.
Osprey 165, welcome to Birmingham. Taxi stand, 86 centre, fire Echo.
Hello, taxi stand 86 centre via Echo, Osprey 165. Fuse on.
778, continue taxi, hold Echo 3.
Right, Echo. 86 centre, there it is, right there.
Go for your request.
Could we have progressive taxi instructions to the runway?
There's the Chanex that's just landed.
At the airport we have charts, but I may need some progressive taxi.
Yeah, no problem at all. Call when you're ready for taxi and yeah, give it out.
Got to look at a different chart then here.
Lufthansa 778, continue taxi, holding point Sierra 1, runway 33.
Eight-six
Right,
centre.
1622, straight ahead and just keep following it all the way around.
There's the fire station.
Lufthansa 778, monitor tower 118.305, bye-bye.
A little bit of brakes.
Lufthansa 778, monitor the tower frequency 118.305, bye-bye.
There goes an EasyJet.
EV219er, taxi Tango uniform, hold uniform 1.
Yeah, this is the old runway. I've actually used it for the Monarch Airlines. In fact, this one here used to be the old runway, isn't it, there? Monarch Airlines flights, and we used it years ago when I was a kid. I remember being quite excited because I knew it was the short runway. Yeah, Wingspan's one to watch for sure. Ooh, what the heck?
Channel 181, welcome to Birmingham. Taxi stand
What's going on there?
Via Delta and Yankee. Thank you.
86. So, taxi lights off.
Delta.
Yitesh, hello mate. Yes, Big Jacko's Gaming. Thank you matey. Joining us as a bronze frequent flyer.
EV345 Foxtrot, taxi holding point Sierra 1, runway 33 via Delta and Sierra.
Got to come right over the centre line here. It's like a nice flow of traffic actually, this. Actually, more akin to real life.
Right now, 1622, monitor the tower frequency at 118.305. Happy flight.
My marshaller is
Thank you.
Absolutely no use to it.
I'll give you a progressive very shortly because it's going to be traffic pattern from left to right, and I'll go and see you later.
Oh, that's no problem.
Channel 181, give way to the EasyJet MS-8020 coming out of Whiskey and then continue stand 25.
Brakes.
Give way to jet 2 from left to right.
Yeah, it's the EasyJet. Once you come around the corner, you'll see it.
Control levers off. There's the Chanex. Snazzy.
Yeah, sweet.
A321.
Sorry, did you give the Honda 77 progressive taxi purpose? I turned my mic volume down. I might have missed your call.
No, it's not yet. I was about to give it to you now. The Lufthansa 737, taxi holding point Sierra 1, runway 33, by Delta Sierra.
Brakes already on, that's all good, that's all set.
And then all you're doing
beacon
is
lights off,
following
seatbelt
that
signs,
all
all
the way around.
automatic.
Alright, so we'll take
GSX.
Delta and all the way down to Sierra.
Request
Sierra
deboarding.
1 and down to 737. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, no problem. Easy 345 Foxtrot.
A321 with whiz.
118.305. Bye-bye.
Stuart says it's an Osprey on final, just as these guys here are scrambling to start getting rid of the jets, passengers. Oh, it's the retro jet, very nice.
Lufthansa 77, stand by. We got a bit of a package with calculation across the break.
It's a massive,
Easy 345 Foxtrot.
massive display threshold on both sides, isn't it? So it does affect the landing performance and weight and things as well. So it does mean that we've got to be quite careful how we plan these sort of flights, make sure we're not too heavy for these approaches. And Emirates in real life would have had to do the same when they upgraded the 777-300ER into Birmingham in the past as well. There's his flare.
Transmission you've done, you've jumped in. Please watch the etiquette, please.
And beautiful touchdown.
Alright, easy 49. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Looking good. Very impatient pilot, by the sounds of it. And there's that famous kind of wavy runway. When did we last fly into Birmingham?
Taxi Echo, hold Echo 349.
Because I can't remember. I think it's been a really long time. Set chocks. Let's request a ground power. It's going to be passenger entry method stairs. Doors management disarmed.
Birmingham ground. Just confirm I just go straight ahead and I make the next right turn and follow that taxiway all the way down, or do I continue straight ahead until I see the curve?
You can see here we've got two sets of stairs.
Thank you.
Sounds like that EasyJet chap hasn't got his charts. Another one on final. Is that one of ours as well? Open left entry 5. Wow. Left entry 5. We've got 3 doors for disembarkation. We're going to fill them coaches up quick. Look at that. I'll get some good screenshots, shall we? Birmingham is one of our bases as well, so it's a regional base. There's no 777s kind of based here. But if you wanted to fly here, there's A320s, 737-800s, that kind of thing based here. We've got some CRJs, and I think the BA146s potentially as well. Look says, wow, okay. I think your last Birmingham flight was the bid summer event last year to Mykonos. It's been an entire year since we last came here. Here they come. The others are being vectored at the moment.
Easy 219, continue taxi, hold Sierra 1, runway 33.
Let's have a look at New Sky, shall we?
Hold Sierra 1, easy 219, runway 33.
And we'll see what score we got. Great ATC into Birmingham today. Nice little profit, 9.9 there, off-centre landing line. Fair enough. Yeah, I did one each day, didn't I, Doc, I think. There's that little routing today, avoiding French airspace, or central France at least, because of the Olympics.
Easy 219, contact 118.305.
What's that? They're all in a conference together, in like a big room. Woo!
Birmingham ground, morning Osprey 545 with you on taxiway Alpha.
Look at that beast.
Osprey 5145, continue taxi, hold Delta 2.
Wonder if he's going to get this one here.
Taxi, hold Delta 2.
5 Charlie. So this should be a BA shuttle. This is a really great event, by the way, folks. And as you can see here, the traffic isn't super heavy. So if you want to give a VATSIM event a go, perhaps, make sure you've prepared and you've looked at the charts. You've got access to charts. You've thought of a nice route that you want to do that you're comfortable with. Give it a go. Dive in and join in. There are prizes and stuff to be won as well, as it says in the link for this event, which is in the description for today's live stream. It's an amazing event. It's one of the ones in the year that I look forward to the most. And if I can take part in, I always try to. It's one of my favourites. It's nice to have such a big event with regional ops as well. There's that crosswind. This is replicating the PMDG 777 that I'm in, so that's why there's chocks, probably a ground power unit, and all the doors and the stuff open as well on it. Can't solve that, unfortunately, until we get a paint scheme done for FSLTL for the triple. But love that livery, really cool. And hopefully at some point soon we're going to get a really nice update to Birmingham Airport, whether it be Pyre Devco or Macro Simulations, I'm not sure, but whilst this is really nice for what it is, certainly for the price, very good, there's a lot of room for improvement, of course. Who else have we got coming in?
2621, Birmingham grounds, readability strength 5.
Park here for a second. I'm just going to have a look at Volanta. In fact, I'm going to look at VATSIM radar.
Osprey 5145, continue taxi right, uniform stand 8 for centre.
Carlito's on final now, and Tomjet 8 X-Ray, in fact. So both flying along with us today. You've got Tomjet 8 X-Ray short final with this intersection, with this departure in front of this Ryanair. Oh, that's close. There he is. That's going to be late landing clearance. Yeah, there are elements of the like the kind of landside areas as well that I did hope he would finish, like the A45 going around the perimeter, for example, the train station and all that. There are some really key features for the Birmingham Airport, which I would really quite like to see done. That they haven't been done, unfortunately. It's actually quite a good takeoff for the Ryanair.
Taxiing to the hold Alpha 6.
Just in time for the Tomjet, and look at that, Carlito's behind him, perfectly sequenced.
Delta Whiskey stand 14 for shuttle 9.
It's a really nice flow this year, isn't it? Here comes, I think this is Liam, isn't it? Flying in. It's a real world TUI UK route that we've done today. So he's used the TUI, one of the real world TUI call signs. There's the touchdown zone. Great touchdown. Holding that nose up as well. Looking good. Smashing. Very nice. Looks like he's going to be able to get off at Bravo as well, so he might get a bit of an expedite there to hurry him up, because there's a 777-300 up his chuff, which is Carlito, followed by, who else? We've got Midland 1294 coming in, that's flown along with us as well today. I'm just trying to see, we've got Osprey 598, which is Michael coming in. He's currently over Bristol. Osprey 2472, which is Ian, and Air France 891. They're a bit further away than I realised. Did we really go blasting along that fast? Oops. Uh-oh. I pressed 5. Quick. Should we tune into tower, folks, so we can listen to the tower stuff?
Birmingham ground, easy 569, already start at gate 5 right.
Easy 569, push and start approved facing south, Birmingham QNH 1015.
Face south, push approved, QNH 1015. Easy.
There we go. Switch to tower. He'll already be cleared to land. And actually, he's going to look weird, because again, this is going to have chops, ground power leads, and all the doors open, because it's copying the state of our own aeroplane.
My apologies, you can hold position, brake easy 345 Foxtrot, line up behind the arriving Osprey 777.
Look at this.
Line up behind
It's a right old crab.
Easy 345 Foxtrot.
Over the displaced threshold. That EasyJet's just been cleared to line up behind. What a touch, amazing. That was a fantastic touchdown. Look at that, and holding the nose wheel up perfectly there. So he'll end up probably using the entire runway as well. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it probably won't. We need somebody in who can help paint FSLTL liveries so that we can actually get 777s painted as AI models separate to this. What we're doing is I'm basically using the PMDG 777 as an AI aircraft, so it's loading everything that I'm also seeing in my aeroplane in that aeroplane. So it's loading multiples of the actual 777-300 for PMDG, which not great for like performance and all that kind of thing, but yeah, the FSLTL folks haven't been mega helpful with getting liveries created, sadly. I have been trying for over a year now to get a livery creator from FSLTL that can help. They've so far all of them just said no, basically, which is a real shame.
9740, land after the departing EasyJet 20 Neo, surface wind 26 degrees 6 knots.
Land behind the departing EasyJet, Blue Max 9740.
No, Night Shepherd, all of them. If I was to download a random livery on flightsim.to, like Leroy Air or something like that, and I didn't have it in model matching, but I created my own custom model matching rule for it using a livery for the PMDG 777-300ER, then it would do the same. It will load whatever state my aircraft model is actually in. Great touchdown. Tell you what, that was tight. Crikey. Suppose Yatsi's got 2 on final there. This is a really nice flow actually for an event. Last year was absolutely chock-a-block, wasn't it? I remember it being so busy. I think maybe more so on the Sunday.
Control on 121, correction 120.025. Goodbye.
London Control 120.025. Easy 345 Foxtrot.
Lufthansa 737 behind the arriving Ryanair 737. Line up runway 33 by Sierra 1 behind.
There's loads of aircraft now in the hold. I'll show you this.
Behind landing Ryanair 737 on Sierra 1.
Really quickly, look at that. That's the radar scope over Birmingham currently.
Landing Ryanair 738, we will line up on Sierra 1 behind.
This guy's got his spoilers out. Oh, he looks high. And he looks fast.
Sorry about the Birmingham power, it's my first European flight from EasyJet.
No problem.
Looking good. Bit bumpy, bit quick. Standard Ryanair, really. Nicely handled.
VMAX 9740, vacate right, hold Alpha 6.
Come on, welcome.
Ground 121.805. Good afternoon. Vacate right, hold Alpha 6, and then contact ground 121.805.
Yeah, Dwal, it's frustrating. Basically, I need somebody who can paint and add it into the package for FSLTL, but I don't know if it's part of the reason. I'm not sure, but Fly UK aren't our massive fans anymore, unfortunately. since the whole thing about a bit of dual tracking. People were logging flights on Fly UK, but also logging them on Osprey Airways. They got the hump with that, and then started banning everybody quite rapidly, including myself. So, one of the chaps who helps run FSLTL is one of the people that help run Fly UK, and I wonder if that has got an influence in it, sadly. But I don't know. I need somebody to help create a livery for FSLTL for our entire fleet, really, so we don't have to have our own custom VMR. But I've been trying and trying and trying. I just can't get any help from anybody.
Tower E70 Bravo.
Off he goes.
70 to Bravo.
Whoa, tail strike.
Land after departing Lufthansa 737, service wind.
Whoa! Guaranteed passengers in real life be gripping the seats with white knuckles, wouldn't they, there? EasyJet's inbound. Yeah, a little complicated, Dwal. It is what it is, sadly.
SR, just to let you know, Easy 219 is holding Sierra 1.
Easy 219, roger. Lufthansa 737, contact London Control 120.025, goodbye.
Over to London Control on 120.025, okay.
Easy 219, expect immediate takeoff.
Nice.
Immediate takeoff, Easy 219.
Easy 219, line up and wait.
Line point Easy 219.
Looking good. That's a great touchdown. Really nicely done. There's some really good pilots in Flight Sim now.
Easy 70 to Bravo, extra light vacate right, hold up 6, contact ground 121.805.
Extra light vacate right, hold up 6, contact ground.
He's ready. He's got his prepared for immediate departure.
Boom Tower, hello, Shamrock 15 Yankee Island 33.
Shamrock 15 Yankee, left in approach, once to follow ahead.
Continue approach.
I do like a bit of tower view. We've sort of takeoff and landing view a bit at the end of these streams. We don't do it enough, do we? But it's nice to do it in the event and kind of sit here for a bit with the event.
Service wind 260 degrees, 6 knots, runway 33, clear takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Easy 219.
Shamrock 15 Yankee, land after
We've still got four pilots left
wind 260 degrees, 6 knots.
to see in.
Land after departing A320.
Land after. So that's a BA 146-300, and he's been given a land after, so that's really close look. So basically, he's been told to make the decision whether it's safe for him to land if the if the distance and stuff looks good, and if he's convinced the EasyJet here is going to be clear and well off out of his way. So like now, he'd be like, okay, good, he's rotated, I can land. Oh. It says a rotate, but it looks like a rotate too slow there. Tail strike again, number 2. I feel like I need to watch him in case he stalls. And it's loaded in an A320. Well, that'll do. Greg, no worries, buddy. Enjoy. Good night. Well, the tower view dwell for here is quite far away, so it's not as good.
Goodbye.
Where is it?
It's
all the way over here.
Easy 219, goodbye.
There he is. How's that? Or should we go back to the runway? You guys tell me. You let me know. JetBlue. Is he off to Boston? Big old Osprey still taxiing around there, look. Yeah, this one here, that runway crossing bit, this is the old runway at Birmingham, which it ended there. And I've used it once on a Monarch Airlines flight. I think it was an A320 years ago. I can't remember why. We were going to like Palma de Mallorca or something. Yeah, I think the other view is probably a bit better, just because of the way the positioning of the tower is. While that aircraft there is on final, let me show you how short the old runway used to be here, because it used to have a second runway, so we'd have 3315. It's always been there. That's always been the main runway, but they had this as an additional runway. This bit here, this bit of tarmac that you can see. Really short, isn't it? And I think from the top of my head, they never landed on it, but they did do some departures from it.
JetBlue 17, hold Sierra 1.
But yeah, so small. Literally like 1,000 something, 1,600 meters long or something crazy. Really not long at all. You can see right up the top there. That was the end of it. It was like a displaced kind of thresholdy type thing, I think, from the top of my head. But years ago. I was very young. But they've always had runway 3315, that's always been the primary runway. Looks like the World Updates had some issues with this as well, look, with the photogrammetry around Birmingham, because look what it's done to the road area around here. That's super messy. So probably another patch needed for Birmingham, like they've done for Manchester.
Midland 1294, hello. Runway 33 clear to land, 7 twin 26 degrees, 6 knots.
Here comes the BMI.
Emirates 512, recycle score 4445.
4445.
JetBlue 17 behind the arriving Midland A320, line up runway 33 via Sierra 1 behind.
Line up runway 33.
Trying to find you guys a picture to show you. Used to be 0624, I think. I'll just do a quick bit of Googling and see if I can find out any pictures of what it used to look like. I don't think there is any. Flying in with us, Midland. We don't have a BMI livery, unfortunately, so it's loaded in a blank one. Nice touchdown there. Good effort.
Let's 512 holding point Sierra 1, requesting departure on 33.
Roger. JetBlue 17 line up and wait, runway 33.
Line up and wait, JetBlue 17.
Midland 1294, vacate right, hold Alpha 6, contact ground.
Yeah, so this is what one of the older kind of charts used to look like. Let's see. The old Elmdon Airport. Look at that, old school British Airways, Birmingham. 777-300 taking off out of Birmingham Airport there. And Birmingham in the 1970s with the NEC in the background, first being made right in the corner. Air UK. UK Leisure.
JetBlue 17, twin 26 degrees, 6 knots.
BMI-7, wow.
Takeoff.
Say again, I didn't quite hear you.
Oops.
JetBlue 17, you clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff.
There you go, Birmingham in 2000. So you could pretty much see it basically looks the same, doesn't it?
Easy 269, continue approach 1 to the
But
bar
you can
ahead.
see now that 0624, 1,315 meters long. But I guess when they had Dash 7s, 737-200s, all that, they didn't really need the super long runways, did it? But yeah. There goes the JetBlue. Quite a rushed lineup though from him. Probably going to use all of it. I assume he's going to Boston. Whoops. Wow, what the heck? That was an interesting rotation. I quite like the fact we've dug into a little bit of history today with this airport. There's a lot of history with it, to be fair. It's an old World War II airport as well.
JetBlue 17, contact London 120.025, goodbye.
120.025, goodbye.
Emirates 512 behind the arriving EasyJet A320neo line up on
Not
way
massively different from the old one,
Sierra
look.
1 behind.
So the Elmdon Airport used to be just at what it is at the bottom now. The whole bit at the top where we've parked never existed. This is early, like years and years ago now. What did it say there? 1965, look. But 3.4 and 2.5, they weren't far off being different in size. In fact, the old, what is now 3.315, runway 3416 back then, was only 5,006 feet long compared to the other runway, which is now crossed and closed, 4,314 feet long. Not long at all. But the aircraft back then were tiny, didn't they? So when did the shorter cross runways at Heathrow stop being used? Dwal says, oh, years and years and years ago, like well before the 60s, I think, off the top of my head. Touchdown. I'm sure someone can Google it and find out for us. There you go, look at that. There's Elmdon after World War II. That building is still preserved today on the Elmdon apron. Ian says the old runway was closed mainly due to residents moaning and to increase the efficiency of the main runway. There's a BEA Viscount there on the apron.
EG 269 vacate right at the end, hold Alpha 6, contact ground 121.805, goodbye.
Aerial view of the 80s.
Turn right at the end of the runway, hold Alpha 6.
And now there's a whole extra terminal building where that bit of green is, that grass there.
121.805.
Walker Sidley, BEA. Yeah, there's the Elmdon terminal.
Emirates 512, service wind 260 degrees, 6 knots, runway 33, clear takeoff.
Get for takeoff, Emirates 512.
What's he in?
Chenex 101 is at holding point Sierra 1.
He's in an A320neo. No wonder it doesn't model match. The Virgin's taxiing as well, I think. Yeah, there he is. That'd be a good one to watch.
Chenex 181, roger.
Good afternoon, Golf Delta.
Carlito's over Grove now, so he'll be downwind shortly.
Golf Delta, Echo Alpha Mike, hello, service wind 260 degrees at 6 knots, runway 33 clear to land.
Runway 33 clear to land, Golf Alpha Mike.
That's why the runways were small and it didn't really matter the size of the aircraft.
120.025, Emirates 512.
Derby Airways. Old school Air 2000, look, 757. Well, there's got to be pictures of Britannia Airways somewhere. BAC 111s, yeah, no. How did they not have? Britannia was so dominant here. Rish, welcome back. How was your little great ground sesh? The shorter cross runway stopped being used, I think mid-90s, Dwal. It might have been late 90s into the early 2000s. I definitely remember, bear in mind I was born right at the start of the 90s, definitely remember using the smaller runway for one takeoff with Monarch once. But I can't remember how old I was at that point in time. Or I remember it being a really intense, sporty takeoff. Not sure when it got closed now. I've closed that tab. I'd imagine the late 90s, if not early 2000s.
Roger.
Just for information, Gulf Delta aircraft Mike will need to disconnect just after we vacate the runway.
Golf Alpha Mike, roger.
Oh, it's a private jet. My goodness. Tell you what, he looks fast. Oh god.
Channel 181 line up, runway 33.
Channel 181 line up.
Golf Alpha Mike, vacate left, if able.
Vacate left, Golf Alpha Mike.
Virgin, don't know where he's going. Zoom zoom.
We missed it, apologies.
Golf Alpha Mike, roger, continue to Bravo.
Continue to Bravo, Golf Alpha Mike.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going. It's just like just taxiing around.
Lufthansa 958, roger, continue approach 1 spot ahead.
Well, it says Daydream Believer at the front. That's probably why. It's doing his own thing. Jet 2's ready to go. We've got one on final behind as well. Probably about 4 or 5 miles. Well, yeah, had 6 runways in the 1950s. All kind of crossing over each other. Now it's got 2. Imagine. It's funny, isn't it? Aviation seems to go forwards and advance, but at the same time it seems to go backwards in different ways.
Clear for takeoff, Shanix 181.
Lufthansa 958, land after departing Shanix 8020 in the air, service wind 26 at a rate at 6 knots.
Another land after clearance.
Lufthansa 958, land after the departing Shanix 8020, service wind 26
So something's not really given that much, so people might not know what it means. God, that looks like a very early rotation. Where's he going? Coventry. My goodness. Next one in. Lufthansa, which he should have his auto throttle off if he's doing it properly, because they fly him old school. Let's show you the VATSIM radar map very quickly. Look at this. It's getting busy. Lots of aircraft all flying in at the moment. There's Ian, he's done well to catch up. We've got Carlito on the downwind as well, being sequenced in with a load of other people.
120025, Channel 21.
Channel 21, he's going to Gatwick, so that's why his takeoff run was so short. Air France 891
runway 33, EV5.
will be our final pilot in. Virgin's finally made it to the runway. Nice touchdown from the lifty. Oof. I'll try and keep on for you, French toast. Mad, isn't it? We would, when you land, we'll have been on the ground for an hour already. As a reminder as well, if you do, I think, you know what, I'm watching this and I want to take part in this. This event looks great. They are online for another 2 hours now, as of now, so you can get in a departure at some point this evening in the next 2 hours if you're quick and you know where you want to fly. If not tomorrow, they're going to be live again between 9Z, 9 o'clock UTC, which is 10 o'clock UK time, through to 1500 UTC, which is 4 PM UK time tomorrow. So 2 days of events, loads of stuff to do, and prizes to be won.
Soleil 122 with you, descending 050.
Contact director 131.005.
Copy.
EG 569, 7 wind, 206 knots, runway 33, clear takeoff.
It's takeoff, runway 33, East 569.
Lufthansa 958, hold off for 6, contact ground 121.805.
Hold off for 6,
Yeah, toasted chip prizes. One of them, if you're in the UK, there is a 60-minute Boeing 737 full simulator experience to be won. 5 different items of British AvGeek channel merchandise, and a load of copies of Manchester or Birmingham Airport from Mako Simulations. So quite a few cool prizes. Obviously the channel merchandise is the best. Just saying. Looking good. He's up. I'll try and get all of you in for touchdown. I might not be able to do French toast. It depends. The other half's parents are around all of a sudden. I didn't expect it, but they've just come round. It is super hot in here as well. This RTX 4090 is cooking me.
EG 569, contact London 120.025, goodbye.
That Virgin will be a good departure. What's it flying to? Let me try and find out. Carlito's on final.
1166, clear dial S2, runway 33 left.
He's off to Gatwick as well, come on.
BB 11668, you were clear to land, service wind 206 knots.
Sounds like that guy's got an open cockpit. Just hanging out the window.
1166.
Sounds stressed.
Tower EG 86 whiskey, 7 mile final, 33.
Carlito's technically number 3 now on final.
Virgin 261 line up, runway 33.
So they've sequenced this really well. Shows you how good these controllers are. Virgin's not listening though.
Virgin 261, line up wait.
Oh, right. Yeah, what they've managed to do is sequence everybody precisely so that as one aircraft vacates, one departs, and then just as they get sort of airborne, then the next aircraft is on short final, gets cleared to land.
166, extra light vacate right, hold off 6, contact ground 121.805, goodbye.
Yeah, they are, Brad, aren't they? They're very good.
1166, bye bye.
A330, big boy. Yeah, 2 on final, 3 on final, including Carlito, who is currently now number 2 on approach. It'll be A320, sorry, at the hold, ready to go. So that wind's now become crosswind. By the way, these are the 4 Simmers realistic taxiway signs, available for about £5 on the marketplace, and they replace all Asobo default signs. He's got an immediate departure, so it's going to be sporty. If you haven't hit the like button so far, folks, do give us a little like. Lets me know that you enjoy the streams. And don't forget, on Monday, thanks to those who voted during the flight today, we are doing Air Traffic Control Live. My goodness, they are close together. We're going to be at Edinburgh. I will be your ground controller for just over 3 hours at the new Pirate Devco Edinburgh version 2. So definitely want to check that out and tune in for that. You're going to retract your gear. There he goes. He's climbing like a rocket. I suppose he's only going to Gatwick. That is tight. I know, we would never have known it to have developed into what it is now.
I have established ILS 33.
Hey!
Osprey 598, continue approach. Virgin 2621.
Oh, it's MPS.
Under control 120.025, goodbye.
I thought for some reason it was Carlito.
Virgin 2621, contact
nice.
London control 120.025, goodbye.
Yeah, French Toast is getting busy now. Are you holding at Grove?
Virgin 261, contact London control 120.025, goodbye.
I don't know what he's doing, but he's causing almighty problems now because he's about to block that runway. So fun fact, that whole point there where he's stopped, do not stop there folks, go through it. It's dashed on this side for a reason, it's solid on the other side. So if you're coming on the taxiway towards the runway, it's a solid stop line.
He's Delta Whiskey, taxi through the aircraft ahead of you, he seems to have stopped without responding.
But the dash lines mean you can go through it. Really important.
7 twin 2 degrees, 6 knots runway 33, clear to land.
Clear to land.
MPS buddy, here he comes. Birmingham Aviator, welcome. My takeoff. Oh my goodness.
1166, hold up 6, contact ground 121.
It's time, mate. You caught my takeoff on here. Do you mind if I post on TikTok? I'll give you credit. Wow, got 11,000 followers on TikTok. Absolutely, of course. Enjoy the event, mate.
001, line up behind the arriving Osprey.
What was your flight number as well, by the way?
6001, line up.
And where are you flying to today?
Birmingham Tower, hello, CT14, Easy 14 Zulu Whiskey, continue approach.
Looks like Ian's out of Grove.
Birmingham Tower, Spitfire, it's possible to get it immediate takeoff after landing here. I'm in a bit of a rush.
I'm in a bit of a rush. Disconnect then.
Say again?
Is it possible to get an immediate takeoff after the landing aircraft? I'm in a bit of a rush.
50 line up after departing arriving aircraft.
Ryanair 1622. Fair enough. Oh, nice.
Established to runway 33.
It's copied my aeroplane, by the way.
Continue approach.
Continue approach.
MPS. Beautiful touchdown, mate. Nice work.
Pittsburgh 6001, I see traffic in front of me.
Give us 6001, hold position.
I've tempted to close my own doors and things in the jet, so it stops doing that, but you know. That BA's finally moving.
908, vacate right, taxi through the start of the aircraft ahead of you and hold Alpha 6, contact ground 121.805.
Turn right and holding point Osprey 598.
Alpha 6 and ground 121.805.
Alpha 6 at ground 121.805. Thank you for service. Bye.
Good work, MPS.
Line up clearance cancelled, hold position.
Success Master, start again, please.
50, hold position, line up clearance cancelled. Easy 140 the whiskey, set between 27 degrees 5 knots from me, safely clear to land.
This makes me nervous because if he just line up anyway now, I'd have to go around. But hey ho. So he's now that little BA that said I'm in a rush. Can I get an immediate departure? He's been told now his lineup clearance is cancelled. He has to hold position. because this EasyJet now is so close on final that he needs to get priority to land. He needs to be cleared to land, which is what's just happened now. So this is the controller balancing all of his workload
Steven 50 behind the
to keep things as efficient as possible.
33 via Sierra 1 behind with no delay.
How are we going? Yeah.
After landing, allowed on wait. First row.
No, I don't have TikTok Birmingham Aviator. Do love a good VATSIM event.
French Slayer 1212, be advised there's one aircraft spot ahead of you.
Control 1212, continue Arnold.
Yeah, continue approaching one spot ahead.
Copy. Control 1212.
Easy 14, Zulu Whiskey, vacate right, hold off 6, contact ground 121.
He was RAB, but he then got told to abort that because the other aircraft behind on final then closed up quite quickly, so the sequence then got lost. There's the BA Speedbird in a rush.
Steven 507, twin 27 degrees 5 knots, runway 33, clear immediate takeoff.
We got swoosh. 3 on final again. MPS, how was that, mate? Intense, right? Sounds like you did well, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ian's number 4 to land now.
And Tower Golf Bravo Charlie Alpha Hotel with you coming in from the west over Keytay.
Next one in.
Golf Alpha Hotel, Roger, enter right hand orbit.
Transavia?
Roger, right hand orbit.
Bit of crabbing going on. Look, that crosswind's now starting to whip in.
Speedbird 50.
Only a few knots though.
Contact under control, 120.025.
Not difficult, there's a little gust there though, look.
120.025, first master, thank you.
Nice smooth corrections though for whoever's flying this. It's looking pretty good. We've not flown the 737 in a while. I do need to get back into that. Whoa, there's a big kick of the rudder. Nicely saved. Whoever that is, that was a great effort.
42 Kilo Hotel, continue approach number 1, service wind 27 degrees 5 knots.
Continue approach channel 42 Kilo Hotel.
It's getting busy now, isn't it? Look at that apron. The event's in full swing. Don't forget, it's also happening tomorrow. But definitely worth having a look at this event, folks, because it is one of the best, and it only happens one weekend every year. VATSIM UK.
Contact ground, thank you, bye bye.
With some, as you can hear, and as you've seen today, amazing controllers. Okay, Ian's number 3 on final.
Shelling 40 Kilo Hotel, service wind 27 degrees 5 knots, runway 33, clear to land.
I might not be able to catch you, French Toast. I see you're in a hold at Grove still, aren't you?
001, behind the rising.
Might just about see Ian's touchdown.
737-800 line up runway
He's on
33 via 01 behind,
final
expect immediate departure.
Yeah.
Behind the arriving
Half
737,
past is really
line
kind
up
of pushing it for me.
runway 0601.
Jet 2. If you do take part in the event, don't forget to take extra fuel. An extra 30 minutes of fuel should be more than reasonable. If you log on and you notice it's really busy, when you're planning your flight, maybe take 1 hour of extra fuel like I did today. Amazing flare there from that Jet 2 pilot. Really, really good touchdown. That Transavi's done it as well. Don't do that. Go through it.
Take it right.
Go through it and turn right on Alpha. He's going to get an immediate takeoff. Got one on short final behind. At 3 miles, 4 miles.
Seabird 6017, wind 270 degrees, 5 knots, runway 33 clear takeoff.
Don't go over it, it's the annual Midsummer Madness event on VATSIM, mate. The link is in the description if you want to have a little look about the details there. He goes. Oof, that's a long takeoff. There's Ian. He's got his mic working. That's a steep takeoff. Wow.
2476, can you approach number 2?
There he is, we can see Ian.
Seabird 6001, contact London Control 120.025, goodbye.
120.025 for Seabird 6001, thank you for your service.
What do you reckon? We're going to see a Ryanair landing. There's every chance. Over the threshold. Whoa, we might do. Oh, he's caught it. APS, a great score, mate. Fantastic job. It's down.
Ryanair 77 Julia Victor, vacate right, hold Alpha 6, contact ground 121.805.
Vacate right, hold Alpha 6 and ground 121.805, Ryanair 77 Julia Victor, bye bye.
Osprey 2472, land after the vacating Ryanair 737-800 ahead, 7 wind 270 degrees, 5 knots. Land after vacating Ryanair.
Go quickly. Close, 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 close. Remove chocks. Doing that on purpose, so we can actually see Ian's aircraft with all the doors closed, because it's directly mirrored what my aeroplane state is. After his touchdown, that'll be the end of the stream for today. I hope you've all enjoyed it. A massive thank you to our VATSIM UK Birmingham Airport controllers for Midsummer Madness. Unfortunately, I can't take part in tomorrow's day of the event, but please, those of you Osprey pilots amongst us watching, please do feel free to take part. Either depart or arrive here at Birmingham. We've got some scheduled services that you can take part in as well. Little ATR hops to Dublin, for example, and back, and all that sort of stuff, and a few things further afield across Europe. Or you could free flight it wherever you want. To be with a chance to win some prizes. Definitely worth checking out and taking part in. It's a really good event. Only, again, like I said, once a year it happens on one weekend at the end of July, which is this weekend this year. Today and tomorrow only. So you don't want to miss it. Over the threshold. Bosh. Look at that, mighty 777.
Right, hold up 6, contact ground 121.805, goodbye.
Look at the size of that thing. Join us on Monday, 1 o'clock UK time. We're going to be at Edinburgh, Pyrig Devco's amazing version 2 of the airport scenery for Edinburgh. We're going to be connected to Tower View here in Microsoft Flight Simulator to enjoy 3 hours of air traffic control. I'll be your VATSIM ground controller and delivery controller for a couple of hours. I hope you've enjoyed today's live stream.
You are cleared for takeoff.
He's been cleared for takeoff. Massive thank you to all our controllers again. Superb job. And I will see you on Monday. Prizes will be announced on the VATSIM UK forum, Ian. Have a little look at the link that's in the description down below for today's live stream. The event details link that I've put in the description. All the information about what's going to happen with prizes there going to be announced and talked about in there. You'll find out the information there. It's all being managed by VATSIM UK, not myself. I'm just helping sponsor the event with 5 prizes. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the weekend, folks. The weather's going to be good for those of you in the UK. Enjoy it, and I'll see you on Monday for Edinburgh. Take care. See you soon.
How many more circuits? I think my battery is getting thick.